From the company that loves to rehash the same franchises over and over comes a racing series that teaches players that winning and being the best driver don't always go hand in hand. Mario Kart. You've seen Mario jump, golf, serve, kick, party, practice medicine, and do pretty much anything but actual plumbing. But now, Mario's back on the streets in a go-kart. Welcome to the Mushroom Kingdom, where a land once known for its unreasonably high rate of princess kidnappings is inexplicably paved over into a series of convoluted racetracks. Watch as bitter rivals put aside their decades-long blood feud for a day of friendly go-karting. Because if there's one franchise that Nintendo loves milking like a prized heifer, it's Mario.
It's me, Mario!
Hello and welcome to another episode of Rolling 20s. We are the show that is living in the age of Ultron, and we are more than happy to comply. I am Jeremy.
Steve. Jesse.
And V.
Remember, you can subscribe to this show and several others in the MSP library at missionstarpodcast.com. You can like us on Facebook, subscribe to us on iTunes and on Stitcher, follow us on Twitter at the Rolling 20s. You can send us any fan mail, suggestions for the show, or hate mail at mspfreight@yahoo.com. The music you heard was by Machine Supremacy. You can find most of their discography for free download at machinesupremacy.com, as well as their latest couple of albums on amazon.com. The clip you heard at the very beginning of the show was the Honest Game trailers for Mario Kart by Smosh Games. You can find their channel on youtube.com. What's the day looking like?
It's pretty good.
I slept for 14 hours, so that...
What? Wow, how many, did you wake up with a beard, Rip Van Winkle?
No, I ended up doing a outing with some people from work yesterday and went and saw the USS Hornet aircraft carrier.
Oh, right, yeah, you've mentioned that before.
Yeah, and then I only got about maybe 2 hours of sleep before I ended up having to go pick up my my boss and drive over to meet my other boss so that we could all head up there together, so yeah.
Oh, joyous.
Then walked around and, yeah. Got back. I was a little tired. Just a little.
Oh, my day's been a little rough.
What?
You know, waking up, before the sun to get to work. Tires all hell. Get to work, and I accidentally locked my keys into the car.
Oh, damn, dude.
So, I am calling a coworker to, help me open the store.
Oh, that's horrible.
I could not leave the store for any reason, whether to stock up shelves from our secondary stores site or go to the restroom for 8 hours.
Joyous!
Yeah!
There must have been some full bottles of, air quote, apple juice behind the counter.
Sure, we'll let them believe that.
Man, I wish I could sleep in. This little creature I'm sharing space with right now, she gets pissy if light hits her face and then there isn't, like, hay or some kind of pellets waiting for her. Because of the California sun, like, rising at 6 a.m. lately, if I'm not out of bed by 6:30, all I hear is... and it goes on. And now she's staring at me just going, what are you yelling at me about? So, frick, sit! But other than that, it's been a very strange weekend. A lot of people were talking about the Pacquiao-Mayweather fight. I did some grocery shopping yesterday, and there was a group of 5 people who reeked of skunk weed that were talking about how great this fight was going to be.
I kind of figured. I was like, man, this is shaping up to be that last huge fight that they sold, and they were like, oh yeah, it's going to be awesome, and it lasted like a round and a half. I was just like, man, if it's another one of those, it's going to be pretty bad.
Well, it lasted 12 rounds,
yeah.
But to be honest, I did not give one single shit about the fight because Mayweather did such an effective job of ducking Pacquiao when Pacquiao was in his prime. This had been so long and so much time had passed between the two of them, it was just a sideshow to me, so I completely backed out of it. I just didn't care.
Yeah, well, and to be honest, I'm just not a big boxing fan.
Me neither. MMA's more interesting, except I don't think MMA is mixed martial arts anymore. It seems like everybody knows the same 3 fighting styles, and they're all rolling around the ring together. But that's my personal outlook. We are supposed to be talking to Bill Ratner today, however, for reasons that are not known, I have not seen him yet. Not going to hold it against him. We don't know if anything extenuating happened, so if he doesn't show by the time we're done, we'll talk about something else, and I think we already have something lined up. We still don't have any Kickstarter, so we'll jump right into the video game news. Something we alluded to last week. ESPN actually aired esports. ESPN2, back on April 26th, actually played live footage of the MOBA game Heroes of the Storm.
That's a Blizzard thing.
Yeah, as many MOBAs are these days. I don't have information as to which particular tournament it was. However, Twitter kind of exploded when this occurred. People just started freaking out. Oh my god, they're playing it on TV! I don't quite understand why that's a huge deal, considering the nature of streaming these tournaments these days. The fact that it's on TV, I almost expected the reaction to be, oh look, the old people are actually catching up to us. Like I said, there's a lot of people who consider it a big deal. It almost seemed like a step backwards to me.
Well, it's,
like
still
out there.
It's still a mark of prestige, I think, in a way.
I suppose. There's a gaggle of Twitter responses. I could go through it, but that seems almost futile to me right now. Maybe it's just the first step on more esports making it onto ESPN 6 or something. Goodness knows they're trying to fill content. The last 3 days I've seen softball, collegiate softball, I think, on some ESPN channel in my gym locker room. Why we need 3 monitors in a gym locker room, I will never understand.
That does seem a little odd to me.
Yeah, when I got my junk hanging out and there's some old guy like powdering his balls, I really don't care what's on TV.
I was going to say in and out, but that kind of brings up bad connotations.
Yeah, you really don't want Kevin Kline gay movies playing on the TV in the middle of a men's locker room. That would make too many people go, Valve had a short period where they had paid mods on Skyrim, and it's already over.
Oh, really? Did they take it down already?
I did not hear about that.
Yeah, they actually tried out a new pilot program where they were putting up actual mods you could buy on Valve for Skyrim. Less than a week later...
It wasn't even just Skyrim, though. It was...
Oh, really? There were more?
Yeah. I was pretty sure it was just, mod makers could put their stuff up for sale, no matter if it was for Skyrim or any other kind of...
I think they start a pilot with Skyrim, though.
Right.
That's possible. I know in the advertisement that I was reading on Steam, it said, like Skyrim, so I think that was just their mention, because that did have quite a few mods for it.
Yeah, unfortunately, it did only take less than a week for that to completely vanish. There is a statement, I'll read a couple excerpts from Alden Kroll, who's a Valve employee on the Steam community portal. It says, quote, "We're going to remove the payment feature from the Skyrim workshop. For anyone who spent money on a mod, we'll be refunding you the complete amount. We talked to the team at Bethesda, and they agree. We've done this because it's clear we didn't understand exactly what we were doing."
Wow, that's actually really uncommon for someone to own up to something like that.
Yeah, it continues, "We've been shipping many features over the years and aimed at allowing community creators to receive a share of the rewards, and in the past they've been received well. It's obvious now that this case is different." Unquote. That's the first part of about a 5-paragraph response by Valve. It's pretty self-explanatory from there.
Well, I was actually kind of curious how they were even getting away with it, because to me, yeah, they created these mods and whatnot, but that's still pretty much somebody making money off of Skyrim, or whatever other game that they're modding. So, I mean, that to me is copyright, or not copyright, but,
I imagine it's the same argument. I imagine it's the same argument that comes off things like parody videos. When you change it, when is the point that you change it enough that it's become your original work rather than just a parrot of someone else's? And I can't say what that benchmark is. I'm not defending it, but I guess it falls into the same block of new territory. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. Well, to me, I was just like, modders, they do really awesome work. Some of them, have completely changed games to, you buy it for one thing, and all of a sudden now you're playing something completely different. But I think this is a little different than that one that we were talking about before, where somebody went through and completely changed a first-person shooter into like StarCraft and whatnot, because they actually got Blizzard's permission at that point. But I don't know that they necessarily had Bethesda's permission or any other game company's permission in order to sell these mods, and that's really what it is you're selling a mod that alters a game, and if you don't have the permission of the game's creators, then to me that's illegal. You're making money
that
off
wasn't
somebody else's work.
That wasn't the central issue of the main complaint, though. The main complaint was generally about people going, well, mods are free, why would I pay for mods?
I don't...
That
seems like a silly argument.
generally what it bored down to, unfortunately, when you checked a lot of the message boards.
I think there are some mods that it's right to play for, like Falscar or pay for to a degree. Because just the sheer amount of work that goes into it. But on the other hand, a lot of these people make these mods so they will get hired by companies. So...
You know what? I don't know. This is one of those subjects that's way too long and complicated to just do in the general news that we do here. I will say, though, that if you keep making shit like the Macho Man replacing dragons in Skyrim, I'm all for it.
That was such an awesome mod. To be honest, having that mod plus the Puff the Magic Dragon music playing, hilarious. I died.
Oh my God.
I died with my level 70-something character because I was just laughing so much. I couldn't fight the dragon.
Well, we'll bounce forward here because Steam is getting ready to release its first adults-only rated game.
Oh.
Coming this June is a controversial shooter called Hatred. It is the first game that has the adults-only rating to appear on Steam. According to Eurogamer, the developer said that the game's release date of June 1st was chosen so it wouldn't interfere with the launch of the biggest game coming out from its native Poland at that time. I don't even know what he's talking about. Oh, Witcher 3.
Oh,
Witcher 3 comes out in around the same period. It's interesting that Steam is pushing forward with an adults-only game. It seems like Steam, I don't want to say is recognizing, but at least is putting something out there for the adult gaming community, which always seems to get overlooked when you see people's portrayal of video gamers. It's always like angry 12-year-olds who are throwing controllers and shit. No one ever seems to remember that those of us above the age of 25 are still doing this.
Yeah.
Well, I do know that at least as they actually started putting some of the Japanese, not necessarily the eroge, but just games of that nature that you could then go and download a patch and put back in that content.
Yeah.
So,
for the record,
but it's available on Steam. So I don't know if I can say that it's the first adults only, but it's probably... They do have games for more mature gamers, if you want to call them mature. But anyway,
well, they have mature ratings, but this one is AO. That's a higher rating than mature. I mean, this is the first on Steam.
Yeah.
I have a new trailer for Batman Arkham Knight, which is coming out June 23rd. This one is a little different from the others because it actually features his support.
Yes, I saw that.
Oracle?
Oracle, Nightwing, Robin.
Yep.
Mm.
And
Rob?
Catwoman.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah, if you got Nightwing in there, there's not many Robins left to choose from. I assume I shouldn't ask, I should just load it up?
Yeah.
Yes.
It was really good.
Alright, hang on. There it is. Ooh, this one's rated M.
I love how that's an ooh.
Hey, you know what? You're right. Fuck it. It's rated M. Fuck that.
No, I'm kidding. I agree.
It's amazing that even though I'm pushing 40, when I see a game that's rated M, I still go, ooh, I'm not supposed to have this.
That's not what it is for me. It's just if it's a mature game, it's more likely to include mature subjects.
Yeah. Scarecrow looks a little different now. At least I think that was the Scarecrow.
Yeah, you didn't quite catch that.
Yeah. There's Oracle. You actually see her in this game.
Yep.
And Alfred.
And she's in the wheelchair.
Catwoman.
Yeah, there's Robin.
And Nightwing.
Is it just me, or did that Robin look like Crystal O'Donnell from Batman Forever?
It is
a little bit more like You look like a shaved Steve Armel.
But yeah, obviously combo attacks are available in this.
It seems like it. Makes you wonder if maybe the other characters will be bots during the game as you fight.
Yeah.
I wonder if there's a co-op thing in the.
I seriously doubt there is. The graphic engine seems to be a little too thick to support co-op.
Yeah, I can't imagine them doing co-op unless it was in the multiplayer version.
You mean like online only? Everybody needs a console type of thing.
Well, no, I mean they had the survival mode in all the other games. I could see that as being a 2-player.
Oh, possibly. Yeah. It's interesting. It looks like there's a legion of bad guys for once instead of just a ragtag army that happens to be in the place you're fighting.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, and it definitely makes a lot more sense as to why he's got this bat tank instead of a Batmobile with
Right.
Which
Well, not
has
to mention
the
why-
omnidirectional movement.
Well, not to mention why the others are taking a bigger part.
Yep.
I'm questioning Catwoman's role because you think this would be the right place to bring Huntress into a bigger spotlight in the video games and thereby the comic books.
Hmm.
It's a personal feeling, you know. You can agree or disagree as you please, and I'm not saying that to you guys. I'm saying that to the people who are yelling right now at their
Their fanboy.
I don't know. It might have been awkward to have Huntress in a team with both Nightwing and Batman.
It could be. I'm still looking forward to the
Sloppy
game.
seconds.
Fuck her. But there was some bad news that came out in regards to Arkham Knight this week as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah, if you want to play everything in Arkham Knight, it's going to be a minimum of $100.
Whoa.
Day one
okay.
DLC?
No, worse. You see, the game itself is like most retail games. It's going to start at $59.99, your average $60 game, right?
Okay.
Right.
There's going to be 6 months worth of DLC releases, and if you want to get that at the cheapest possible price, you pay yourself for a season pass for an additional $39.99. Yeah. And the worst part is, it's not like this DLC is just going to be what you think DLC usually is in a game like this, of skin packs and maybe a couple adventure maps, like Steve was talking about, the survival stuff.
No, it's going to be the rest of the game.
Right, there's going to be new story missions that involve Robin and Nightwing, new story missions for Batman. I think I read something about new story missions for Catwoman. And not only that, part of the DLC, it's been announced this week, Batgirl will be playable.
Wow.
I even have a picture, thanks to Mike Fahey and Kotaku.com. I don't even think that the Batgirl is Barbara Gordon. It looks like Barbara Gordon is going to remain as Oracle. This Batgirl, I'll just send you the image because she has visual markings like a lot of the others, but it's something wholly new to Arkham Knight.
I wonder if that's supposed to be the Huntress.
If I had to take a guess, I think it's Cassandra Cain.
Could be.
Cassandra Cain was kind of an oddity among the lore of Batgirl. She was a former assassin who had been trained in nothing but silence. She barely spoke by the time that she was liberated from her father. And she became one of the more, I guess you could say, more renowned Batgirls in DC Comics pre-52.
Yeah.
But she was suddenly retconned after a time jump into this half-junkie and kind of disappeared into obscurity. Then Stephanie Brown took over. She was popular. Then New 52 happened, and all of that is fucking meaningless. So, like I said, if you want to play the entirety of Batman Arkham Knight, up front, be prepared to pay $100.
I have to
However...
Sorry.
Finish your thought.
I have to say, like, I know that's frustrating for a lot of people, but I have to say it's a brilliant marketing move.
It is. It's a nice way to make money. I was going to say, however, my move in these situations is usually to pay for the game, read the reviews on the rest, and then probably about a year after the game comes out, I'll buy the Game of the Year edition for $20, which usually has all that DLC on it.
Yep.
Yeah.
But some people don't want to wait.
Yeah, I have other things to do.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, I'm tempted to just go ahead and buy this game, but every other Batman game that I have purchased has been the Game of the Year edition, so I don't really see a point in breaking that trend.
And you know that I'm getting it, and I'm going to Comic-Con, so there's really no reason for you to rush.
Yeah, this is true, too.
There's a new game coming out, according to Kotaku, called Sonder. It's a sci-fi game where you don't play as a single character. You play through the same events as every character going through the scenario. So the more you observe, the more you learn each time you play, and you'll be better prepared each time you go through. Think of it as playing through a scenario from all the perspectives.
Oh, so
You're not just the Master Chief wandering down the hall. You're also the sergeant that's following behind him, firing a gun, and you're also that lieutenant who you meet several meters down the path who happens to hold a shotgun. Same kind of scenario, but in some kind of sci-fi adventure. I have a Vimeo if you would like to see what the fuck I'm talking about.
Sure.
Definitely sounds like I'll need that in order to figure it all out.
Yeah. There it is. It's by Kamai Media.
Oh.
The CSI music is not helpful.
Nope.
It says, Sonder, no heroes, no villains. Who are you? I don't know, if I had to be my choice, I'd be anybody but the crew of the ship that Ripley was on when the alien burst out of the guy's chest. I wouldn't be there at all.
Who are you? That's the question our game poses to the player. And not just which character you want to play as, but who will you be as that character?
Huh. It's an interesting idea. I just wonder how fleshed out it is. The backgrounds look like something out of 2001 Space Odyssey.
Actually, kind of reminds me of Knights of the Old Republic in a way.
Yeah, I can see that.
I barely played that game.
I
Yeah,
barely
haven't
played it too,
played
but I do
It's
remember
also
how
the
some of
player
the
is
rooms
not
looked.
simply told a story,
It's very
he's
similar.
given a setting, characters, and an interesting situation.
Or not similar, it kind of reminds me of
what
it.
he will do in that situation.
Huh.
So in essence, when we started working on this project, our question was, can you play narrative? And now we have the answer, yes. And it's
Wait, so you can rewind the game to certain points and replay sections?
Yeah, apparently.
That's vicious.
I like that.
Oh, completions are going to take forever to play the damn game.
Yeah,
Yeah, Steve-
I will.
Steve's gonna forget
I'm
his
never
name.
going to buy this game because I will. Yeah, I'm one of those
Yeah,
people that
there-
reloads after I've done something to try
Just to
something
choose
out.
the other option. Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, there was a particular game that a friend of mine would never let me play. I can't think of the name right off the top of my head. But he knew that he would never see me again, and so he didn't give it to me.
Disgaea?
Yes, Disgaea.
I knew it. I watched a mutual friend, Dan, play that game during the time I lived
Dan
with
is
him.
who we were talking about. Dan was like, "I will never let you borrow this game. I will never see you again."
Yeah, he would play that he wasn't even a heavy gamer. He would play that a minimum of 4 hours a day. There were periods I was just begging to play Soul Calibur. This is freaky. They actually want you to get into the minutia of this station. They have a lot of details. There's a lot of stuff in here that functions. I'm going to back out of the video for now, but this is intriguing.
Agreed.
Yeah.
So far, but I don't think I'll play it.
Yeah, well, I've got so many games I need to play or want to play again
Yeah.
or finally
Oh.
beat.
Well,
Leisure Suit Larry.
it's
Yeah.
a lack of interest, and I need a better rig.
Well, speaking of lack of interest, this is kind of a callback to a story we read a couple months ago. There is an esports team who's kind of disappeared off the map.
Okay.
Do you remember when do you remember when Team Play to Win was bought out by a new sponsor and had to change their name to Team YP?
No.
Their new sponsor was YouPorn.com.
Yeah, I remember this one.
Yeah. Since they have become a team, they've been in apparently one semi-major tournament, Gamergy 2014. Since then, they've been kind of unheard of in the esports realm. They've been selling merchandise out of their website, but they really haven't been around very much. Almost makes you wonder what exactly they're doing other than selling t-shirts.
Locked up in their room and watching porn? I don't know.
Wouldn't that be fucked up? Okay, here's your new training video, but I already know how to do that. Nope, just keep watching it. It's a very bizarre story. I wonder... Oh god, it'd be terrible to shake hands with these guys after a tournament. You've got a really strong grip with your right hand. What happened to your left? Nothing.
Arm
So that
wrestle.
reminds me of the Skittles commercials.
And we have another game called Night Terrors. It's a game that puts ghosts in your home.
No.
Yes.
It's an Indiegogo funded game app.
Curious.
What you apparently do is hold up your phone, and it's a sort of AR game. It projects things as your camera roams over certain areas.
Oh, cool.
You use your phone camera to take a map of your entire house, and then uses augmented reality to place ghosts and demons on your phone and seemingly in your house. And the game will even scan things like art on your walls, so it can push the objects around and even drop them on the camera.
Nice.
This is a freaky-ass idea for a fantasy game.
It's a holodeck.
That's a good way to put it. It has a video, actually.
Sure.
Definitely.
Okay.
Just don't scream. There it is. Okay, so it starts like the ads for Poltergeist.
And it's gonna look like Blair Witch and what's the other
Actually, that is what it kind of looks like. Oh, shit. Wow.
Kind of cool.
It's an interesting idea. I just want to know how close they are to a reality. Because if they can pull this off, I can imagine all kinds of teenagers using this to play games on each other.
Oh, wow.
Holy shit!
Oh, man. This is freaky.
Yep.
You know what would be a really mean thing to do? If I could somehow upload this to my 10-year-old daughter's phone and just say, hey, I think there's something wrong with it.
Huh. Didn't see it.
Oh.
You be a mean father.
Brian Mitchell.
Yeah.
Night Terrors, an augmented reality survival horror game.
You might be asking, why did you call this Night Terrors? Well, we call it Night Terrors because we can only play at night, and there are so many terrors in the game.
You can only play at night, huh?
Waiting for that really great
Well,
augmented reality.
I'm gonna have a problem playing this
Where
game.
those
One,
games
I don't own a
are so
smartphone.
believable and so immersive that you're afraid to play.
Yep.
Two is, I don't think this will scare me.
Night has come.
You don't have to be
Hear the familiar click.
scared.
No, you can just be entertained by the little freakouts. This is
Young
cool.
girl tortured in another world needs your help.
You have to save.
Was that singing coming out of the phone?
Yes.
Oh, this is great.
You have no.
I'm not even a big horror fan. I just think this is neat.
No, it's a great idea.
You're not stationary. You're walking around. You're turning a corner and being scared.
Like, I'm the type of person that would put weeping angels in my bathroom.
They'll destroy your connection.
Or Weeping Angel Nightlight in a children's room.
Mm-hmm.
You will run away when the girl calls your name. You will follow.
Okay, so this is largely conceptual right now, I would imagine.
I would imagine.
See what happens.
I'm kind of
During
wondering,
the research stage,
because this is changing, essentially changing your
that basically
home
said
into,
what we wanted to do was impossible.
The game
The
map.
game takes advantage of every component.
so,
of
you know, it's got to have
the
some way
camera,
to
the
map
microphone,
your,
the LED, the accelerometer, the gyroscope, the
your
GPS.
home.
Every
Otherwise, it
component
wouldn't
comes
know
together
where to
to
put the
form a
girl and where to put all the ghosts and everything.
Sensors.
Yeah,
Impossible.
the guy just said it takes your phone's, a combination of your phone's camera, GPS, and accelerometer to create a map of the house.
This allows the monsters to move around within the environment exactly
It's
as they would if they
Interesting. You just gotta hope you have a really good connection to your network to do this.
I studied light.
Yeah.
And that knowledge of light has turned out to be the most important asset I've had in making this game.
Huh. Oh, nice puppet.
Are not the way to go
Yep.
with augmented reality right now. The mobile platforms
Wow.
just aren't fast enough. You can't make the elements believable. It's a bad idea. In Night Terrors, content isn't rendered as is typical in a game.
Huh.
It's composited much like it is in a movie. By using actors and makeup and
Jesus Christ, that's freaky.
effects,
I'm gonna stop that there, but it's very interesting, and they actually have their crowdfunder going on right now.
I like how detailed they're getting into the technology.
Yeah, the Indiegogo is currently at $27,711. Their goal to get this done is $70,000. They have managed to get that $21,000 in 4 days.
Wow.
And they still have 36 days to go.
Nice.
This is going to be very curious to keep an eye on. A little bit of news in regards to the Halo Master Chief Collection. There was a tournament that was supposed to be held as of, gosh, I think it was April 25th. They couldn't do it.
Why not?
Why?
Well, it gets better. No, 47 teams signed up for the tournament, and yeah, I'm reading through the story on Kotaku. The tournament was canceled over the weekend. Excitement was high for the match that was supposed to be held on Saturday. Because of some kind of issues with party connectivity in Halo, the Master Chief Collection, 3 teams were announced as making it through to the Legendary Bracket, even though nobody played a match.
Oh, wow.
That's a horrible breakdown. So it wasn't the fact that they didn't have the game, it was the fact that they couldn't get the parties to connect to each other to play the game. That's more of a statement. That's more of a statement about the game than it is the players. How frustrating must it be to have 47 teams sign up and then you're part of the 44 teams that doesn't go on, even though you never won or lost a match?
Yeah.
Oh, I'd be pissed. From there, we're moving on to the Marvel media news. We'll talk about the Marvel projects that don't land on comic book pages. First off, obviously, this weekend was a release of Age of Ultron.
Yay!
Woo!
The numbers so far for the weekend take are not as big as the prior Avengers films. Some may say that has to do with the movie reviews. Some may say that has to do with the big boxing match that happened over the weekend. I don't care. Already we found out that Age of Ultron is getting an extended cut and alternate ending on Blu-ray.
Ooh,
Nice.
I'm buying that.
Yeah, something tells me that's going to be hard to find in stores. The news came from Amazon UK via The Telegraph. There isn't much of a quote about it, and there's no word as to what this alternate ending is, whether it's an actual end credits scene or whether it's an actual different ending to the film. We just have no information beyond that, and something tells me as well as they've kept secrets about this movie, we're not going to know.
Yeah.
There have been some interesting media moments, though, surrounding the actors on Age of Ultron. We talked last week about how Jeremy Renner and Chris Evans got into a little bit of trouble with people being very sensitive over jokes. Mm-hmm. The jokes didn't end there. Cosmopolitan for the UK had a chance to interview a couple of the actors. Scarlett Johansson, who plays Natasha Romanoff, and Mark Ruffalo, who plays Bruce Banner in the film. And as it turns out, Scarlett Johansson was tired of getting asked the same questions about her diet and her sexuality and all these things. You know, the kind of canned questions you usually get that everyone asks somebody. Mm-hmm. So during this particular interview, and there is video of this, she did not answer any of the questions because she couldn't. Mark Ruffalo decided to answer all of the questions for her. I have not watched this yet because I want to see how bad this is. I can only imagine.
Oh.
I sent it.
Or are you wearing underwear? No, tell us. Tell us.
It starts with, are you wearing underwear?
One thing I've noticed a lot, especially from the press you did for the last film, was you seem to get stuck with the same questions all the time. What diet are you on? Can you wear underwear under the Black Widow costume? We might mix it up a bit today and flip it around.
I like how she's...
Feel free to embrace
I like how she mentions a question and Ruffalo looks at her like, do you wear underwear?
Tonight. So, Mark, what are you wearing on the red carpet this evening?
A suit. I'm wearing a suit. A Burberry suit.
Lovely.
Yes, as my tip of a hat to being in London.
Is it a tweed suit?
No, it's not
just
tweed.
A regular.
It's a
tweed.
It's actually a midnight blue.
I'm sure you'll look very spiffy.
Thank you very much.
And do you have any special poses for the red carpet that you know are so flattering?
Always the hands on the hips.
The hands on the hips, I think.
So. That shows off your waistline.
Yeah, so is that one of the good ones?
Sure. And then what about over
Can
your...
you give me some
Did they ever go, Mark, over your shoulder?
And then I part
God.
Wow.
That one, you know? I see the girls do that a lot.
That's great.
They do this lip part at the very end of it.
Wow.
She looks way too entertained.
So
it's very, I don't know what it is. Suggestive kind of.
Yeah.
Sounds like a killer pose.
Yeah, it's killer.
Well, she's not under the microscope as the only girl now.
In this film, there's so many cool action sequences. You're on bikes, you're in tanks. How much of that stuff do you do all the stunts yourself?
Yeah, well, not like 94%.
Yes, all the motorcycle riding. I'm actually a motocross specialist.
Champion.
Yeah.
I assume that was sarcastic.
I'm sure it is.
For all the characters is a huge.
She has a very dry
combined
wit.
effort.
Which is why I'm convinced that whole thing with Renner and Evans was probably nothing to
a lot of
her.
the hand-to-hand combat stuff and a lot of the.
I mean, she released no statement whatsoever when that happened. She just let it go.
Fight choreography.
She was like not
more
even
so
going to
than,
bother.
Like, I'm obviously weapons and stuff, but it's more kind of physical than the stuff that like Robert does. He has his own whole experience doing the Iron Man stuff that like none of us touch. I
think that's gone far enough. It's interesting to watch them flip the script a little bit there.
I
like her sense of humor, but there's a second video that came out during this week that I think we're all going to find interesting.
Okay.
Yeah, Scarlett Johansson had to appear on Ellen as part of the media for Age of Ultron, and she got the shit scared out of her.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm pulling up the video for you guys to see. Okay, this one is right. There it is. Thank you, E.T.
The only woman in the film. Is that fun? Is that because it's so many men in the film?
Yeah, there's a lot of guys. I mean, now we have Lizzie.
I did not know she had a pixie cut though.
Are both in it, which is helpful.
It's cute.
She didn't have, well, at least she didn't have to shave her head like Kieran Gillen.
To kind of protect me against all the testosterone. And we're talking about actors, and
yeah.
they're very delicate.
So they're not really men.
Yeah, a bunch of boys on the set. Imagine what it must be like for Robert Downey Jr. to be playing around with all these like 30-something actors on the set.
How old is he?
Oh, he's so sweet. He was here.
I think Downey's in his 50s.
He's adorable.
Everybody loves him.
And Chris Evans, you've done so many movies. Chris Evans.
He was a teenager when I was new. Let's put it that way.
How many movies now with him?
I think this is our 5th movie. We've been working together since we were like.
So how well do you think Chris Evans knows her?
17, I think, or something
really?
like that. Yeah.
Wow. So you must know him pretty well.
I know him.
Looks like he knows her about this well.
I'm
sure.
I mean,
everything that he's going to do.
Dude, I'm so much more a fan of him now. It seems like they're really good friends.
It does. It seems like they have that almost sibling-like relationship.
Yeah.
You just know that. I wonder what the pitch was when he talked to Ellen's producers about this. You know what? I want you to have a really nice interview with Scarlett Johansson as I scare her so much that she pees right in your chair.
I just love the fact, yeah, we've been together since we were like 17. I know everything he's going to do, and then bam. They planned that one well.
He didn't even do anything other than yell her name, and she nearly flipped out. Speaking of Chris Evans, he revealed that the Avengers Infinity War movies, the two-parters,
yep,
it's going to be filmed back-to-back over 9 months.
Oh, wow.
Oh, damn.
He said in a recent interview with Esquire in regards to the plans between Captain America Civil War and Avengers Infinity War, quote, you plan around the Marvel responsibilities. You have to. We start shooting Captain America Civil War in a couple weeks. And then that shoots until August or something like that, August or September. Then I've got some downtime and I do with it as I please. I don't know if I want to take time off or go pursue another directing job or find a movie to act in or, do whatever I'm creatively inclined to pursue or wait, relax, enjoy my life. And then we start Avengers Infinity War. I think sometime in the third quarter, fall or winter of 2016. That's going to be like 9 months to shoot both movies back to back.
Wow. Damn.
Wow.
Unquote. I mean, that's a level of commitment I don't think most actors get. But then again, he's being paid very well to be in movie after movie.
This is true, but damn, 3/4 of the year gone just acting.
I know, and not a hobbit to be found anywhere. Also, in regards to Marvel movies contracts, it turns out another Marvel actor has a contract that does involve Marvel movies, although I'm not sure he was entirely aware of it at the time. Charlie Cox.
Who's that?
Charlie Cox played Matt Murdock recently.
Oh.
He's the Daredevil.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Cox said he hasn't heard anything about Marvel Studios about that particular option in his contract, but it is part of his contract to do Marvel movies. Quote, "It'd be great. I've read Civil War now. I've read the Avengers. I've read the new Avengers. I know he's in there, but I think I missed the boat on Civil War because they're filming that. I don't know. Marvel has not mentioned that to me at all. It's in my contract that if they want me to do it, I'm there, and I would love that. That would be an extension of the dream. But I'm a pretty happy customer at this point to get to do the series again. And I get to do the Defenders at some point, unquote. That's going to be a very interesting dynamic if they actually add him into the Marvel movies instead of just keeping him with the Defenders realm of the Marvel Universe.
Yeah.
Right.
So I'm curious. I'm just trying not to get too far ahead of myself.
It's the third Avengers roster.
Actually, all 4 characters have been new Avengers.
I know.
Bryan Singer has talked about his project of X-Men Apocalypse, and he says that this one is going to be different. He says, quote, "It's a big monster of a movie. The stakes are so high and global, and the villain is so mythic. It's definitely an X-Men movie, but it feels really different," unquote.
Yeah, Apocalypse kind of is different than a lot of the other X-Men villains.
Oh, he's in a league of his own, and there are already tweets of pictures coming out from the set of this movie. Have you seen what some of these images are?
I may have.
Oh, you'll like this one. This is what Sophie Turner and the young lady they picked to play Jubilee look like on set, and actually, looking at the two of them, I'm excited.
Oh, yeah, I did see this.
Oh, nice.
So, Jubilee and who?
Jean Grey.
Ah, that should have been obvious.
The lady
the red
who
hair
plays...
kind of gives it away.
Yeah, the one who plays Jubilee, I keep forgetting her name. I know it's something really simple like Sasha, but I blank on it entirely. So Sophie Turner is much easier for me to remember since she plays one of the Starks on Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
But that's not the only image that came out regarding the set. There was one that was kind of a harder shot to see, so I didn't include it. It had Sophie Turner and a couple others playing Cyclops and Nightcrawler standing on set. It looked like they were waiting for something to be done. However, there was a production still that was released of what looks to be a test shot of what the actor who's playing Nightcrawler is going to look like, and that's really interesting.
So went with more of a...
He's got a new wave 80s look.
Well, honestly, that reminds me of what he was wearing in the latest cartoon show.
You mean
Wolverine in the X-Men?
Yeah.
Oh, Evolution was a couple steps back, I think.
Okay.
This is Cody Smith McPhee, apparently in costume. It's an interesting look, although that haircut, I almost want to say a flock of seagulls. I'm not saying that to be mean. It's just the era, you know. In other Marvel media news, there's a rumor floating around right now via comicbook.com of the potential new name for the Marvel and Sony collaboration for the new Marvel Spider-Man film.
Okay.
It looks like the subtitle of it is going to be Spider-Man: The New Avenger.
Okay.
Which could lead to a whole bunch of things. Again, it's rumor for right now, but if it's true, they're really just kind of throwing it in at the deep end. And there's already word that Kevin Feige believes that there's really no point in retelling Spider-Man's origin for the third time. They're just going to assume everybody's aware by now and just jump into the adventure.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah.
There's also word that the casting is down potentially to 2 candidates to play Peter Parker. One is Asia Butterfield, who played Ender in Ender's Game. He was also in Hugo, Nanny McPhee Returns, and the upcoming Miss Peregrine's Home for Peculiar Children. The other candidate is... it's a young man named Holland. Tom Holland. Tom Holland has been in The Impossible, How I Live Now, and the upcoming The Heart of the Sea. He's not as well known as Asia Butterfield. I really know barely anything about either one. I've only watched about half an hour of Ender's Game, and I was lost.
Yeah, I haven't seen it either.
Well, I came in at the middle. There's also word, though, that an actress that was hired to be Mary Jane by Sony might be hired again by Marvel to do it for them. Shailene Woodley, the actress from The Fault of Our Stars, and she's the one that's been in the Divergent series lately. The word is that she may be in contract talks to be Mary Jane again. She originally played Mary Jane Watson for The Amazing Spider-Man 2, but every one of her scenes hit the cutting room floor. They thought the love triangle was a bit too much for that movie at that time.
I didn't even know she was in it.
Yeah, maybe it would have helped if the movie had a better script. I have not seen the film, but everything I've heard about it says that it was just a mess of a film. Oh, I should have included with the other stuff. One more story regarding Captain America and Chris Evans.
Mm-hmm.
They finally admitted who the villain is going to be for that particular movie. Daniel Bruhl, we heard he was cast a while ago in some unknown role, and they didn't say what exactly he was doing. It turns out now they finally said what he's doing. Daniel Bruhl is playing Baron Zemo.
Oh.
Really?
Yeah, he's not even playing the original Baron Zemo. He's playing Helmut Zemo, the second Baron. The younger one, who was more recently a Thunderbolt. So I wonder how they're going to translate that bizarre purple sock that the Barons wear. Have you seen what Baron Zemo looks like?
I think so.
I remember what he looks like.
Well, he's a classic Captain America villain. The first one had this weird, purple or puce sock. It was very loose over his head. The second one had the same kind of texture and sock, but it was tighter. It was more like a mask than just a hood. I sent you guys an image so you can look at it. It's one of those things that if you do it right, it could be very intimidating. If you do it wrong, he looks like he's about to knock over a 7-Eleven convenience store.
I don't know. The picture you sent us, I'm just laughing because he's got that mask on, and he's holding up this wine glass, and you're just like, so is he wearing the purple mask so it doesn't stain?
I'm more curious about that weird tiara crown thing around his head. Do you think you're only going to get shot in these 3 particular places? I can't imagine that sock protects against much else.
Yeah. I don't know. It's one of those X-Men super weave things. It's bulletproof.
Well, we've talked sometimes before about the interesting Play Arts Kai series that Square Enix has. They put DC superheroes in some bizarre armored looks recently. Well, it turns out Marvel's getting one, and this one is a little frackin' weird. Spider-Man is getting a Play Arts Kai.
Oh.
He's getting an armored look that is a bit too much for me. And I don't mean that as far as cost. I mean it's really weird looking.
Yeah.
That is weird.
That seems a lot more...
It doesn't look practical.
It's very angular. It almost looks like what would happen if Tony Stark had, screwed Spider-Man right in the anus and then stretched his suit over a Terminator skeleton.
I assume some of that is just the joints for the posability, but...
Oh, it would have to be. But, I mean, if you scroll down a bit, it does come with some web pieces and everything, so you could simulate other eras of Spider-Man's abilities.
Including the web shield.
It's just... Yeah, the textures are just really weird on this thing. It's interesting to look at. I can't say I'd want to own it.
Yeah.
So that's about as far as that goes for me. From there, we're going into the DC media news. We'll talk about the DC projects that have no pages with them. Well, at least no comic book pages. There's been a lot of images lately that have come out regarding the production of the Suicide Squad film. And I wish I could say they make me more interested than I did. We finally have pictures, I should say, of what Will Smith looks like in costume during shoots. And I imagine this is supposed to be Deadshot out of costume. This is not my thing. Because it looks to be the same kind of thing he did with Wild Wild West, where he's over-stylizing it instead of just trying to play it out.
Well, again, that's more costuming than something that...
It looks like something he has say in, though, because it follows the same general color pattern I see him in a lot of films.
He's supposedly very demanding, I've heard, according to
I've heard, too. And he doesn't look much like an assassin in this picture, even one in hiding. He looks more like a second-grade pimp.
Yeah, I don't actually have very... Will Smith being in this movie makes me question it.
Well, I wish I could say that's the only picture we have, but as we've been talking, another picture came out of him in the Deadshot costume. And I don't know. I really don't know how to feel about this. Here, I'll send it to you. He looks like he belongs on the Arrow TV show.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
It doesn't necessarily look like a movie. It looks like a mid-grade TV show. The weird part is this was just tweeted out probably a few minutes ago, and as it was coming out, I took one look at this image and thought, Dr. Mindbender!
Well, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm assuming they're going to movie it up, touch it up a bit, and so forth. I think, honestly, movie quality compared to TV quality nowadays is mostly about the effects that they add to stuff. So,
yeah, the budget for their special effects, basically.
I mean, to be honest, they're probably going to edit out the wrinkles at the elbows and so forth, make it look more body armor-esque rather than cloth.
It's the 3 textures in that helmet that are bothering me initially.
Really? I don't know.
It looks like that helmet is 3 separate pieces. It looks like the eyes were somehow glued to the mask, which came from 2 separate items, and then the headpiece, which looks like something else entirely.
You know what it reminds me of? City of Heroes helmet. It does. It looks like it's got the mask over it. It's got the regular helmet instead of the hair, and then they added on an accessory.
I could see
Actually,
that.
Now that I'm staring at it, it looks kind of like a prototype for one of the ninjas from Mortal Kombat.
It did remind me a bit of that as well. But, I don't know. I have no concept of what the character looks like in the comic. I can't, compare it to that, honestly.
Do you want one?
Sure, I guess. But...
No, finish your thought. You're in the midst of something.
Oh, yeah, no. This doesn't bother me. I like the colors. I don't really agree with the white of the helmet. That seems a little odd color-wise if you're going to be a sniper to sit there and go, look, bright white.
Yeah, I can agree with that. Let me see. Here is an image that's on Deadshot's Wikipedia page. This is what the costume looked like pre-New 52.
Load. There we go.
It's not even what I call close, really. And I agree that the red, yellow, and white color scheme is very odd for an assassin, but unfortunately this is the hand they're dealt. If you're going to change the color scheme so radically for the movie, I wish you'd do something with that helmet, too, frankly.
Yeah, they've got the eye on the wrong side, too.
Well, the eye is just kind of neither here nor there, but it's just... It is a very loud piece when the movie costume, as it's shown, is a bunch of grays, blacks, deep reds, crimsons, and then there's this giant white shoot me mark in his skull.
You know, the Deadshot the outfit they have for Deadshot in Arrow looks better than that.
Well, I just sent you another image. This is what Deadshot looks like in the New 52.
Wow.
Much different, much more battle ready. That wouldn't make a bad movie costume if you lowered the palette a little bit.
Looks almost like a cut-down version of Cable.
Yeah, but it doesn't look like this was the inspiration. It looks like the pre-52 version was the inspiration for the movie costume. So, I don't know.
Somewhat, yeah. Honestly, they went for a more realistic body armor.
Mm-hmm.
But...
I don't think it helps here.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, the white of the mask, I'm going to call it, not a helmet, is the only thing that stands out to me, but that is kind of singular to the character, so...
Yeah. Well, it also came out in further news that apparently the image we saw of the Joker last week is not the final version that's going to appear in the Suicide Squad. Word is that the tattoos were there to cover up other images that are going to appear in the movie. The Joker is supposed to be very well scarred up due to his ongoing fights with the Batman.
Oh.
So the tattoos more or less are placeholders in the image.
Okay.
I hope that's true, because I would rather see the scars and see all this Hot Topic Eddie Gray fucking tattoos all over him.
Yeah.
So I really hope that's true.
Have you seen the group shot they had of the Suicide Squad yet?
Actually, that's the next story that I've got, because I just... the first half of DC Media is all about Suicide Squad, and earlier today, a group shot was tweeted out of what the entire Suicide Squad cast is going to look like. I've just put it through for you guys to take a look at.
This is from PBS.
Low frickin' blow, man. I applaud, but low blow.
Well, I saw the first thing there. I'm like, what, really?
The thing is, though, your reaction was similar to mine, because when I saw this in Facebook, I looked at this and just said, "Welcome to Belle Rev High." It looks like a bad class photo.
Does it?
Yeah.
It does to me.
Yeah.
I'm actually...
I kind of like...
I can identify...
the Joker out.
The Joker's not in this image.
Okay.
This is Task Force X. This is the Suicide Squad.
Okay.
Yeah, I can identify like 4 of these characters.
I can identify 6. I can identify the Enchantress, who's there next to Jack Flag. She's the one in the deep greens, the one that looks like she's about to vomit.
Uh-huh.
To the left of her is Boomerang.
Yep, got that one.
Captain Boomerang. To the right of the Enchantress, I'm pretty sure that's supposed to be Jack Flag. Next to him, obviously, is Margot Robbie as Harley Quinn. Then you see Will Smith as I Hope I'm Deadshot. Next to him is Killer Croc.
Okay, I was kind of wondering about that.
I believe the one next to that on the far right is El Diablo, although I'm not sure because I don't know that character very well. The one I am extremely sure of is down front, the woman on her knee. That's Katana.
Right.
Who I don't remember hearing about in this movie. That may just be my memories, but I don't remember actually discussing that character.
I don't remember either.
How about the far left guy?
I am completely lost on that one. I don't know what that is.
Red shirt.
Red shirt. Yeah, looking at this cast in makeup and costume, I'm now less excited than I was just discussing the Deadshot costume. And I'm not saying it's going to be a crappy movie, but it just doesn't look like one where I'm going to spend money to do anything about it. I would end up waiting. I don't know. Margot Robbie as Harley Quinn looks like she's got the character down, but the costume just doesn't look like anything I would recommend.
No, yeah, that doesn't strike Harley Quinn to me. That strikes chick down on 4th Street.
Yeah, and you know what worries me even more is that looking at her legs, it looks like she has tattoos, so that makes me wonder if the rumor about the Joker not having tattoos and having scars, maybe that's the false rumor. If she's following in her man's footsteps, maybe he does have tats.
Or those are supposed to be scars on her as well.
Oh, it could be. Yeah, this doesn't make me excited to go see a movie. There's also reports that Ben Affleck...
I know so little about all of these characters, it's hard for me to get excited going, oh yeah, I'm going to see this guy in the movies, and yeah, it doesn't bring that from me.
I've read some of Suicide Squad, and I'm just not excited about this version. Also in Suicide Squad news, though, there is a persistent rumor that Ben Affleck is on the set.
Okay.
Why are you laughing? Ben Affleck is currently playing Batman for Warner Brothers.
Yeah, so that's why I'm kind of going, why? Are they throwing the Batman in the movie?
That's the implication, is that if he's hanging around the set, then they're going to use him in some format. And the thing is, the few images that have been floating around aren't necessarily of him just standing there. They're of him in some kind of heavy cloak, as if they're working hard trying to prevent people from knowing he's there. So there's the implication that the Batman may show up in the Suicide Squad film. If you're going to have a film with Harley Quinn and the Joker, I'd almost say that's mandatory.
Yeah.
We also have a report that the new CBS TV show revolving around Supergirl will have a trailer debut on May 14th.
Oh.
So we may actually see what this looks like. Let me see. According to Variety, the Supergirl pilot has a good chance to be picked up for a series. And there are some rumors that it may move to the CW, but I seriously doubt CBS is going to let go of a show they're pretty sure they're going to pick up. The trailer would debut on May 14th as part of CBS's Upfronts. It's going to be a showcase for upcoming projects. And last bit of DC media news I have kind of goes back to what we were talking about earlier. There's an image that was released from a trailer for Arrow in an upcoming episode where the character of Katana is in full costume for the first time. the character of Tatsu Yamashiro has been played by Rila Fukushima from the second Fast and the Furious film. She's the one who eventually turns into Katana, and frankly, I think the Suicide Squad did it better.
Show us.
Yeah, I'm sending you the image so you can take a look. Maybe that just has to do with the fact that it wasn't a production still like the Task Force X photo. This looks like it was pulled directly out of the show, but that costume looks a lot more awkward than what is in the Suicide Squad promo.
Yeah.
And the sad part is it's very comic appropriate, but it's no secret that what works on comic book pages doesn't necessarily work on a camera. And she looks like she's in a whole bunch of pieces that don't really fit together.
Yeah, and the armor, I mean, I'm assuming that it's supposed to be lacquered bits, and they don't look like that.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not very well versed in the New 52 version of Katana, which looks a lot like this. I'm more concerned about the chest armor that seems to be underneath the obi.
I can't even see that from here.
She doesn't look comfortable in this thing at all.
No. Well, the pose that they chose for her right there is very awkward. I'm assuming she's actually supposedly in motion.
Yeah, this was pulled off a video trailer. V, I'm surprised you don't have anything to say. This is coming up in an episode of Arrow.
Well, I'm still catching up on this. I'm looking at it. I think it might be one of those things that doesn't look as good in stills as it does in motion.
In motion, yeah. That's
possible. The Black Canary costume over there looks like a domina.
A domina? As in like...
Dominatrix.
Okay, that's what I thought you were going for. Well, she's been kind of going that route. She's been getting all uppity.
Well, just say she's a bitch.
She don't know her place. She needs to get back in the kitchen.
Wow.
Wow.
I think I'll forward all my emails to you for a little while. Wow.
Well, I'm sorry, but she said uppity, and that's just what came into my head.
Okay. Give me your email address. I think I need to do something for a little bit. From there, we're going into the general media news. This is for those nerdy properties that don't fit into Marvel and DC's pantheons. First bit of news is an interesting one. There have been reports that the second Star Wars anthology film, I don't quite know what they mean by anthology. I don't think they mean Star Wars 8. But the second Star Wars anthology film was supposed to be filmed by Josh Trank, who's currently doing the Fantastic Four movie. Or I should say finished it, obviously. He's not doing it anymore.
Okay.
Now, Trank didn't show up at the Star Wars Celebration, which happened early in, or mid-April. And he recently released a statement as of the 1st of May that says, quote, this statement came from the Star Wars fan site, and it says, quote, Josh Trank, who was attached to direct the second Star Wars anthology film, has decided to depart the project. Trank said, after a year of having the incredible honor of developing with the wonderful and talented people at Lucasfilm, I'm making a personal decision to move forward on a different path. I put a tremendous amount of thought into this, and I know deep down in my heart that I want to pursue some original creative opportunities. That said, the Star Wars universe has always been one of my biggest influences, and I couldn't be more excited to witness the future alongside my millions of fellow Star Wars fans. I want to thank my friends Kathleen Kennedy, Kiri Hart, Simon Kinsberg, and everyone at Lucasfilm and Disney for the amazing opportunity to have been a part of this. May the Force be with you all. Lucasfilm VP of Development, Kiri Hart, said, it was a privilege to collaborate with Josh. We are grateful for the energy and love of Star Wars that he brought to the process, and we wish him all the best. The Star Wars team is continuing to develop the project, unquote. That's all very interesting wording, but you would think that somebody so excited to work on a project he's been a fan of since a kid, he wouldn't just leave. I have a feeling there's something else going on underneath all this.
Yeah.
There's also part of a report from the Hollywood Reporter which suggests that there was a firing that took place based on what was called Josh Trank's unusual conduct while filming the Fantastic Four. I don't quite know how that correlates since Fox is running the Fantastic Four films and Disney and Lucasfilm are running the Star Wars films. Unless those rumors were very pervasive and were from person to person, like literally mouth to mouth, I don't know how a rumor from one film studio would ruin his opportunities at another.
Unless it wasn't a rumor and there's an actual actionable offense, and the other studio said, no, we do not condone this, and so you're out here too.
Yeah, the Hollywood Reporter article cited sources that called Trank, quote, sometimes indecisive and uncommunicative, unquote.
Uncommunicative?
Well, a director needs to be able to talk to everybody all the way down to the grips.
Mm-hmm.
And if he doesn't communicate with them, they have no idea what's going on. And if, some people may get upset when their vision for the film is not properly portrayed, but if you don't tell them how to do it, then all you're going to do is get mad at them, who then get mad at you. Except, what are they going to do? They're not going to yell at you because that's their job.
Right.
That's the employment that's gone. So it sounds like a cycle of anger, frankly. In further media news is another one of those photo stills that's come out from production that doesn't make me excited. And unfortunately, V, this is of one of your favorite people right now.
Uh-oh.
There's a new picture of Steve Armel on the set of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2.
Damn.
Well, it's
Yeah.
Mutant Turtles.
Yeah, but Steve Armel is playing Casey Jones, one of the few human characters in the Turtles franchise. And frankly, I don't know where they are going with this. I mean, I understand that this is the way Casey Jones looks very much in the comic book page. Again, what works in comics doesn't necessarily work on camera. Hang on, that resent you the Katana picture. That, again, resent the Katana picture. What the fuck? Open image in new tab. There! That's the different address. Sorry about that. Take a look at this. Because again, that's how that thing looks on the comic book page, his mask. But you would never find something like that in real life as a hockey mask.
No.
It's way too big.
That weird brow line, too. The first time I saw this, somebody posted it on Facebook, and my response was, "Hello, Turtles. These streets belong to Doom!"
Whoa.
I think that would actually be really interesting.
And there's another picture that came off the set today, which is almost as confusing because it appears to be Megan Fox reprising her role as April O'Neil in some kind of weird disguise that is not making any sense to me whatsoever.
April O'Neil as a character never made sense to me.
Yeah, the news reporter who could never report news. But take a look at this, because this looks 8 levels uncomfortable, and I don't know what you're trying to get into other than maybe some kind of freaky sex party at Tom Cruise's house.
I get nothing.
I've got Catholic high school girls in trouble.
She looks like somebody who may be trying to get her own web feed on chatterbait.com.
Jailbait.com?
Something that, I tap out. I watched the first movie with half a smile on my face because of how stupid it was. This I can't do. I tap. I have a list from mentalfloss.com of 15 things you might not know about Dexter's Laboratory.
Ooh.
Oh.
Okay.
Taking you back a few years, right?
Yeah, I know.
The Dexter's Laboratory was an original Cartoon Network production about a young genius who built a secret lab underneath his house. And when I say secret lab, I mean something about the size of, Cowboy Stadium.
Okay. I've heard of it, of course, but I hadn't actually heard the synopsis.
Okay. Let me see. Item number 1 on this list, and it's 15 things. It was a first for Cartoon Network.
Right.
Quote, initially running old Warner Brothers, MGM, and Hanna-Barbera cartoons 24 hours a day, the new cable channel started to air original animated shorts in 1995 during the showcase series, What a Cartoon. One of those was Dexter's Laboratory, which won a Most Popular Short Series vote and was subsequently picked up as a series. Not only was the show the first original animated series in Cartoon Network history, it was the highest rated series on the Turner-owned network in both 1996 and 1997. The first original sort of live-action show was Space Ghost Coast to Coast, unquote. That's not much of a secret. I think Dexter's Laboratory was a show that got me into Cartoon Network, frankly.
Seriously.
Yeah.
But how about this? I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, they had Dexter's Laboratory, but then they also had the Super Friends, or not, what did they call them? the
Justice Friends.
The Justice Friends, and then the G.I. Joe ripoff.
Yeah, they're further down on the list, though. Item number 2 on this list of 15 things you may not know about Dexter's Laboratory. Dexter was voiced by 2 different women.
Really? What? Really? Women?
Yes. Quote, accomplished voice actress Christine Cavanaugh provided the perfect voice for both Chucky Finster on Rugrats and the titular Babe in the 1995 movie. She stopped portraying Dexter during the show's 3rd season, in 2001, when she retired from the voice acting business. She was replaced by Candy Milo. Sadly, Cavanaugh passed away on December 22nd, 2014, unquote.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's like Bart Simpson was voiced by a woman as well, so...
Still is, yeah.
Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, well, wasn't the only character. Item number 3 says that his sister Dee Dee was also voiced by 2 different women.
Well, that she is a woman.
Yeah, but she was more like the hyperactive 12-year-old. We won't get into that. Item number 4, Dexter has an accent because, well, all well-known scientists have accents.
I just figured he was going
what accent did you call Reed
mad
Richards?
scientist vibe.
Oh, wait, the article actually is a bit, quote, at least that's how Tartakovsky once reasoned it to the New York Times. In an interview with the Washington Post, Cavanaugh described the diminutive scientist's voice partially as a small Peter Lorre. Director storyboard animation director Tartakovsky's roommate at the California Institute of the Arts, Rob Renzetti, may have also prank called Tartakovsky with a similar voice during their school days, unquote.
Oh, man.
So that weird Eastern European accent the character had throughout the series may have started with a bad prank.
That's awesome.
Inspiration.
How about that? Oh, interesting you say inspiration. Item number 5, the idea for Dexter began with the drawing of a ballerina.
Huh, so Dee Dee was the beginning character.
Yeah, quote, Tartakovsky drew a tall, blonde ballerina one day for a college animation assignment. It led to him thinking up a polar opposite, a short little brother with a love of science. Gradually, Dexter came into being, with Tartakovsky's computer engineer brother, Alex, as another inspiration, unquote. Now, item number 6 on MentalFloss.com's list of 15 things you might not know about Dexter's Laboratory goes back to what Steve mentioned. The Justice Friends were inspired by the Marvel comics Tartakovsky read as a child. Quote, Tartakovsky left Russia with his parents and emigrated to Chicago at the age of 17. His father left behind a career as a dentist whose clients included the Soviet national hockey team.
Oh, yeah, he probably got a lot of work.
Yeah, watching Warner Brothers cartoons and reading Marvel comics helped the budding animator learn English, unquote.
Nice.
Item number 7, SpongeBob and Scooby-Doo were 2 of the Justice Friends.
Really?
Huh?
Quote, Tom Kenny, who voiced SpongeBob SquarePants, and Frank Welker, who provides the voice of Scooby-Doo and Scooby-Doo's friend Fred, also worked on Dexter's Laboratory. Kenny played Val Hallen in the Justice Friends shorts, while Welker played both his roommate in Fraggable Crunk and Dexter's monkey, who starred in the Dial M for Monkey installment.
Yes. The monkey, wow. I had no idea that the Fraggable Crunk was Frank Welker, though.
Oh, I had an idea. He sounded a lot like Megatron. Item number 8. Tartakovsky thought the Justice Friends cartoons could have been better.
Really? Dude, I loved those.
Quote, when asked in 2001 if any project of his, which at that point also included Samurai Jack, didn't live up to expectations, Tartakovsky replied that the Justice Friends could have been funnier and the characters could have been fleshed out more, unquote.
Well, they were shorts.
Yeah. Item number 9 is weird. Dexter's Burrito Palace is based on an actual place.
Huh?
Quote, Dexter's beloved Burrito Palace is based on an eatery that Tartakovsky frequented growing up in Chicago, unquote. Item number 10. This blew my mind. Seth MacFarlane was a writer on the show.
Gotta start somewhere.
Yeah, quote, the future Family Guy creator was a storyboard artist on Dexter's Laboratory and co-wrote 4 episodes. Craig McCracken, who had later gone to create the Powerpuff Girls, worked as a director, art director, model designer, and storyboard artist on the show. The Powerpuff Girls, which Tartakovsky produced, also originated as a What a Cartoon short before blossoming into a full-fledged series, unquote.
Cool.
Item number 11, the animation style was strongly influenced by one specific Merry Melodies cartoon.
Huh.
Quote, The Dover Boys at Pimento University is a classic Warner Brothers cartoon, and its uniquely stylized animation encouraged Tartakovsky to work in a similar way, unquote. I'm not even sure I know that cartoon.
Nope.
Item number 12 is that Dexter was in the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade twice. Item number 13, a segment was banned from subsequent airings.
Really?
Quote, the Dial M for Monkey segment titled Barbacore isn't one you'll be seeing again. Shortly after its initial airing, it was pulled from the lineup because the Silver Spooner character presented a negative stereotype of gay men. The segment was replaced on all Season 1 DVDs of the show, unquote.
Huh.
So it's been erased.
Internet.
YouTube. How about this? Item number 14, another segment didn't see the light of day until 2013. Quote, Rude Removal was initially produced in 1998. It achieved cult status through the years because Cartoon Network would not air it due to its excessive swearing, and it didn't seem to matter that the 13 words were bleeped.
Yeah. Oh, yes. I remember that episode.
Finally, on January 22, 2013, Adult Swim, Cartoon Network's primetime block of programming, uploaded Rude Removal to its YouTube channel, unquote. And the last item of MentalFloss.com's 15 Things You Might Not Know About Dexter's Laboratory, fans have some interesting theories about the show. Quote, some fans believe that Dee Dee is actually Dexter's time-traveling daughter, sent back in time by Dexter to prevent him from working on an invention that would destroy the world. Less plausible theories, like Dexter's Laboratory is a prequel to The Big Bang Theory, are also out there. That last one, people are smoking too much weed.
So I looked up the Dover Boys, and I got a screenshot, and I think I have seen this cartoon.
I may have and just never realized it. I digested cartoons like crack way back when.
Oh yeah, me too.
Further general... I'm sorry, V, were you going to say something?
If it was, it wasn't important. Because I don't remember.
I feel bad when that happens.
Don't feel bad. Continue.
Okay. There's new news that a staple of the 90s may be turned into a TV series. How would you guys feel about watching an episodic run of Starship Troopers?
That depends on whether or not they're going to use the movie or the actual books as a base. Or the actual book. I mean plural.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, the producer of the Goosebumps film, Neil Moritz, said he had plans for Starship Troopers, and he said recently to HitFix, quote, we're developing it. We've actually been talking about either doing it as a feature or doing it as a television show. So, we'll see, unquote.
So, based on the books or movie?
Yeah, it could be whatever's convenient, frankly. I hope it's not the movie, because frankly, that movie's dated.
Well, I seem to be in the minority of people in my social circles, but I didn't really like the movie.
It was okay.
It wasn't spectacular, but...
Yeah, my uncle and I would describe it as the perfect guy film. Explosions, tits, and tits.
Fair.
Or anything Michael Bay could do.
Yeah. I mean, I actually enjoyed the movie only because, you know, when they reveal at the end that it's more of a recruitment video, then I was like, okay, I can kind of buy into this, because otherwise it's kind of sappy and doesn't make a lot of sense. Then I read the book, and I was like, fuck, why couldn't they do the book and instead of making this?
Well, I almost wish this is going to sound rather timely with who we have to interview this evening, but it's been revealed that you can get all 98 episodes of the Transformers Generation 1 series on Vimeo for $40.
Wow.
Nice.
You can get every episode of the original Transformers series to stream and download anytime on Vimeo.com for $40. You know what? It's worth the $40 just to fire up the Blu-ray writer.
Mm.
And the creator of Breaking Bad, Vince Gilligan, he is working on a new Jack and the Beanstalk movie.
Wait, there's a first Jack and the Beanstalk movie?
There was a recent one that didn't do too well in the box office. I think it came out last week.
Oh, that's right. I remember it. Never mind.
Yeah, according to Deadline.com, Gilligan is taking a revisionist take on the classic fairy tale, and it's already piqued the interest of Disney.
Well, they've been really digging the revisionist stuff, what with Once Upon a Time, which I assume is in there.
Yeah, that's not exactly a strict telling of Cinderella. But the creator of Breaking Bad may not be working alone. The executive producer from Breaking Bad, Thomas Schnauz, will be working on the script, and Gilligan is allegedly eyeing the possibility of directing it himself.
Nice.
It's amazing that Gilligan did say he's not working on the X-Files revival. He worked on the show. There's a new trailer that's come out for a new Disney movie. I think we've talked about it. The movie of The Descendants.
Doesn't sound familiar.
Sounds familiar.
It is a story about the children of famous Disney villains.
Right,
the villains of several people like Cruella de Vil, the Evil Queen, and Jafar.
Cruella de Vil, Cruella de Vil. If she doesn't scare you, no evil thing will. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Just getting into that.
Cruella, Cruella de Vil. Sorry, every time I hear that, the song, just literally, it's like a trigger, like a Pavlovian thing.
Really? You'll do that every time you hear Cruella de Vil?
In my head, not out loud, but...
God damn it, I was hoping that would work again. Okay, I found the trailer.
Shoot.
It's supposed to be an original movie that's going to air, I think, on the Disney Channel.
There is an island prison.
There's always an island prison.
Infamous villains that have ever lived. Cruella de Vil, Jafar, the Evil Queen, and Maleficent. Each one has...
Well, I'll say this, it looks like a Disney Channel feature so far.
It looks really tacky.
Yep. Yeah.
Possibly intentionally so. Oh, she's from Once Upon a Time.
Oh, any Disney thing they do with live action is pretty awful. Looks pretty awful.
Well, the villain's kids look better dressed than the Suicide Squad does.
You are not going to see me start doing curtsies.
This has got to be deliberately over the top.
Well, remember, the Disney Channel probably aims most of its features at people between the ages of 12 and 18.
Yeah, that's...
It's called stealing. It's like buying whatever I
Yeah.
want.
You know, and I've seen some Disney features that are surprisingly entertaining, and the concept is enough to make me curious to watch it. I'll be serious about that. The idea that these four villains are supposed to go to a high school with the kids from the kids of the heroes of Disney films.
Hey, who told you that? My mother.
And now,
Wow.
Order of Maleficent. They're at their best when doing their worst.
Beware, forswear, undo things here. There's a lot more where that came from.
Nice.
Wow.
Oh god, it's a musical.
What do you think your parents are going to do if we don't pull this
Is
Are you really that surprised?
No.
Really?
No. I think we are definitely goners.
Disney's Descendants.
I might actually be entertained by that.
I do see possibilities in the film. I think I got to go into it aware I am not its main constituency.
Yeah, it might be guilty.
If I was a few years younger, I would probably be down to watch that, but no.
You know what? Those.
Even if I was a few years younger, I wouldn't watch this.
I was going to say maybe if I could sit down with my daughter and watch this, but she would probably be the one poking me in the leg, going, "Dad, what are we doing? Seriously, what are we doing?" Last bit of general media news I have is one that's going to create groaning from a bunch of people in this room.
Uh-oh.
Sony is moving forward with a crossover film. Men in Black.
Oh.
And Jump Street.
Wait, what?
What?
Yep, I saw this.
What is
Damn
Jump...
it.
This one...
What's Jump Street again?
21
Jump Street is a remake.
I've heard of it, yeah, but I don't... What's the premise?
Jump Street is a comedy about two undercover cops who are going through high schools trying to, like, root out drug buys and everything.
First one was high school, second one was college, but yeah.
Well, in the movies, though, the undercover cops are played by Jonah Hill and Channing Tatum.
Yeah.
Yep.
So they want to put them on a screen, supposedly, with Men in Black characters. I don't know if that would actually involve Will Smith and Tommy Lee Jones. Sony... This was part of a rumor from the Sony hacks back from last December, which apparently is being pushed forward by whoever's in charge of Sony Pictures now. And all I can say is, please, for the love of God, don't do this. This is almost as unlikely as like Archie and Predator, for fuck's sake. Don't do this.
It doesn't make any sense.
No.
I don't understand.
I was really surprised to find this story, and as soon as I read it, I thought it was being punked.
This sounds improbable.
I would agree with that.
I would rather see Men in Black and the Smurfs. At least you could kind of... Smurfs as aliens, or no, there we go. Men in Black and the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. There we go.
I was going to say Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and Transformers. Go ahead and cross that over, because I think the vomit would taste.
At least if there's two aliens, it makes sense.
No. We'll move into Marvel comic news because I can actually taste the bile right now. As part of Free Comic Book Day, which happened just this past Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
Marvel actually released the first copy of what's supposed to be the all-new, all-different Avengers, the team that's supposed to come out after the Secret Wars.
Mm-hmm.
A couple of interesting revelations in there. One, the fact that Miles Morales is their Spider-Man. The Ultimate Spider-Man is being integrated into the 616, and it looks like this issue takes place to the point where the team is completely integrated. They all know each other already. Interesting item number 2. The Vision, and I'm sending you guys the cover so you have a little more reference here. The Vision got some kind of power nerf. He's not as powerful as he was during his Avenger days. Well, I guess you could say during the 80s. Most of the team there is self-explanatory, and a lot of them are new. There's some aspect of legacy to most of this. The second Spider-Man, the I think 5th Thor, the 5th Captain America. Everyone was kind of confused. Why didn't the same thing happen to Iron Man, right? Turns out it did. Miles Morales mentions during the issue that they're no longer playing around with Stark money. They're not funded by Tony Stark anymore. They talk about him in the third person like he's not on the team. That implies that whoever is in that Iron Man armor is not Stark. However, whoever is in that Iron Man suit talks about being around since the early days of the Avengers when they chose the name. That is like 20 questions I have in my head all at once.
It's Jarvis.
I mean, the Avengers only started out with 4 characters. Hank Pym, if I remember correctly, Janet Van Dyne. No, I'm sorry, 5 characters. It was Ant-Man, the Wasp, Thor, the Hulk, and Iron Man.
Something tells me Banner. I don't know why.
Banner, the funny thing is, the 2 males that are very likely to be in that armor, it could be either one, because both Hank Pym and Bruce Banner are brains, and whoever was speaking to Nova said, quote, "Let me stop you right there. I take this escape very, very seriously, but back in the Pleistocene era, when we chose the name Avengers, I don't even remember who picked it," unquote.
Huh.
There's a couple of fan theories that say it could be longtime Avengers sidekick Rick Jones.
Wow, that would be kind of crazy.
Yeah, but I find it highly unlikely.
Well, we'll leave that for now because there's a whole bunch of. I'm looking forward to after the Secret Wars now. It's been announced that several one-shots are coming out as a result of Secret Wars, having to do primarily with S.H.I.E.L.D. characters. Mockingbird is getting a one-shot being written by New York Times bestselling author Chelsea Kane. Nick Fury, I think the original Nick Fury, is getting a one-shot by David Walker and an unannounced artist. Agent May, who is now in the comic book universe, is getting a one-shot by Jody Houser. And Matt Rosenberg and Patrick Kindlon are working on a one-shot of Quake. Oh, I'm sorry, the Fury is going to be the new Nick Fury. Although it will have some inferences, according to the cover I look at, to his father in past history. As a bunch of one-shots, I like this idea, and it's about time they got the character of Quake back in comics. Personal preference, I know, but shoot me, I like reading them. The only other piece of Marvel comic news I have is surprising for 2 reasons. 1, because of the subject, and 2, because of the writer. After the Secret Wars is done, Drax the Destroyer is getting an ongoing series.
Really?
Really?
Yeah, not exactly the most empathic or easily, easy to relate to character in Marvel Comics by a wide margin.
Yeah.
But that wasn't the only part of this that raised my eyebrows. The weird part is the writer. The ongoing series is being written by CM Punk.
Wait, who? What?
Really?
The former professional wrestler and current MMA fighter, CM Punk, is the writer of this series. Now, he's not new to this. He's written a few independent comic stories.
I think
he also wrote
for Thor, too, didn't he?
Yeah, he wrote one part of the 3 stories in the Thor annual.
Huh, I wasn't even aware of that.
Yeah, so he's going to be writing this. Do you think that means that every time he comes out to a comic book show to do a signing, he has to have theme music?
Hey, you could only hope. That would actually add something to it.
Just come out dressed up in green makeup with Bowie knives and he's good.
Yeah. Now coming down the aisle to sign your number 1s. Sorry, loading a few pages. You okay, V?
Yep.
Oh, what happened there?
Ethan May would do well in a comic.
Yeah, I won't argue that. She's an interesting character. It's just she has to get a little more 2-dimensional or 3-dimensional for the comic books. In the TV show, she seems kind of narrowed.
Yeah.
Have you caught up with the TV show?
Yeah. That's one I watch each week now.
I'm really curious to watch this Tuesday's episode now that Ultron is done.
I had to keep up with it because Avengers.
Yeah, I know. God, I'm looking forward to that. We'll jump into the DC comic news, and Batman number 40, the last issue before everything gets swallowed up by the Convergence, had an interesting ending to it. It ended with the Joker and Batman both being buried alive in the Batcave. Some people are a little horrified by this. It leaves it very open-ended, although it's been pointed out that due to rumors, this may be fitting considering the Batman post-Convergence is rumored to be Jim Gordon in that freaky armor we keep seeing.
Right.
Maybe this is how Bruce Wayne is completely removed from the picture for this new Batman to actually begin doing something.
And being that it's open-ended, it's quite easy to bring him back when it stops selling comics.
Yep.
True. It would also make sense now, the story that the new Batman, his first target is Batgirl, because you better believe if old Cape and Cowl was still around, that thing wouldn't even get close to her. It's also been revealed in recent DC Comics that Superman and Lois Lane probably are not involved in any sort of relationship anymore. As of the Free Comic Book Day release of Divergence, there is an article that was written by Lois Lane detailing Superman's life as both Superman and Clark Kent.
Ooh.
That's one definitive way to say, fuck you, I hate you.
Yeah, that's a pretty big out.
Yeah, now, I grant you, the New 52 version has not had Lois Lane and Superman in any sort of ongoing relationship. But at the same time, to completely take a friend and just lay him bare for the entire world to see, somebody doesn't like you.
Yeah, well, I mean, not to mention the fact that, they may not have been in a relationship, but that honestly doesn't even make a lot of sense to me. Because if all you are is just friends, there's nothing romantic involved, the amount of emotional, it's like, yeah, I could see if there was a bad breakup, and you totally out the other person. I could see that.
Right.
But just to be friends, what the hell happened that she went,
yeah,
oh no, I'm not just going to, mess with his desk or something like that. I'm just going to literally, pretty much ruin his life because I'm going to, say that both these two. It's like, what the hell happened there? That seems way too extreme.
I don't know. If this was real world, I'd say he probably called her the C word.
Yeah, no, I don't think so.
Superman's powers have been taken down a tick in the comics, believe it or not.
Yay!
Really?
Yeah, but it may not be the way you're thinking of. Remember, he recently developed the new power of the Super Flare. He expands all of his solar energy at once in one gigantic destruction omnidirectional wave.
Yep.
And he's left powerless for 24 hours. He's been playing with that recently, according to the synopsis here. He's been using it every now and again just so he can get a day as a normal person.
Huh.
Interesting.
It seems this is not a good idea because... Yeah, well, it seems that this is not a good idea because it's actually nerfed another of his powers. He can't fly.
Oh!
His power seems to be limited to just long-distance jumps again.
Okay.
I like
So it does actually kind of
back.
make sense.
Hooray!
Way back.
Yeah, and this is a big callback because the last time Superman has not been able to fly is 1941.
Wow.
Back when the character was created in 1938, the furthest he could get in a jump was an eighth of a mile.
Leap tall buildings in a single bound.
Yep.
I don't know if he still runs fast, because if this was still like the Wally West era of the Flash, I could almost imagine him just poking him in the face. Does this bother you? You can't catch me anymore. Does this bother you? You can't catch me!
So the advent of this new power, the solar flare power, wow.
Seems to be fucking with the others. And DC also finally revealed a character that's been very much teased in their comic books lately, ever since the New 52 started, back in 2011. There have been mentions that Darkseid had a child.
Oh boy.
Turns out the character has not been fully revealed because it's still hooded, but the Anti-Monitor is working with Darkseid's daughter. You want to see what that looks like?
Sure.
There you go. Take a look. I don't know who did the comic. It looks like Jim Lee's art style, but I gotta say, as a base design, it's not bad.
No.
I'll be honest. It suspiciously reminds me of Ravenbud.
Yeah, but I don't think they're going to waste that on an old character. I think this is going to be something wholly original.
That's how.
The design is fairly simple. This is the kind of stuff you can see at conventions in the next 3 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
The question that this leads me to ask is, what stayed still long enough for Darkseid to have sex with it?
She could be a genetic clone.
Yeah.
Oh, ew. That would leave me very confused about that image. You know, she's the Cammy of the DC universe. And last bit of DC comic news I have is more of an anthology, because James Whitbrook from IO9 was nice enough to put together a list of the Flash's strangest enemies.
Oh, this should be good.
The rogues. No, it's all about the rogues. People often talk about Flash's rogues gallery. Well, it centers around the same 5 or 6 characters, the rogues, the ones that you've probably seen on the TV show by now, but still have no idea the context of them. First one is the obvious one, Captain Cold.
Yeah.
Right.
Do you want me to read these synopses, or should I? Okay. He first appeared in 1957. Quote, in the comics, Leonard Snart doesn't steal his cold gun. He actually decides to build one, with access to some handy-dandy radiation, himself to hunt the Flash down after reading a newspaper article about him. In fact, the freezing aspect was actually a mistake at first. The gun was merely intended to slow the Flash down, but Snart went with it, becoming Captain Cold and staying a thorn in the Flash's side for decades. Except for all the times Snart's code of honor permitted him to team up with the Flash, of course. His weirdest moment is when the Flash died during the Crisis on Infinite Earth. Without a foe to enact vengeance upon, Snart and his sister Lisa became bounty hunters. Their name? Golden Snowball Recoveries. Yellow-colored snow does not have the connotations you think it does, guys.
Yeah.
The next one is not one that's appeared in the TV show, although I expect him to appear soon. The Mirror Master.
Mm-hmm.
I imagine him to be a metahuman.
He was a scientist, actually. He was first created in 1958. Quote, Sam Scudder was so fascinated by mirrors, he made it his life's goal to try and step into his own reflection. While in prison, he worked on a mirror that would hold his reflection and allow him to step inside it. Who the fuck was running this prison?
He could easily have worked at Star Labs.
Upon succeeding, he escaped from prison and used his technology to aid his criminal activities as the Mirror Master. The second Mirror Master, Evan McCullough, discovered an actual mirror dimension, allowing him to travel between mirrored surfaces. His weirdest moment was in the New 52, Captain Cold decides that the Rogues should replace their technology-based powers with actual superpowers, making the team get their DNA spliced with a tech that grants them their abilities. This, naturally, goes wrong, and in the ensuing explosion, the Rogues are transformed in various ways. Mirror Master, now Sam Scudder again, who's been dead since the Crisis on Infinite Earths, gets permanently trapped in the mirror dimension. Sucks to be you, Sam, unquote. This is one that has appeared in the TV show. although a lot of people are not going to remember him for in the way the comics think of him, and that's the Pied Piper.
Yep.
Wait. Okay.
You don't remember the Pied Piper was the guy who showed up in the TV show with those weird sonic gloves?
Was this in the first 8 episodes?
I believe so.
Oh, okay. I haven't seen it yet.
Quote, Harley Rathaway was born deaf, but after being given an experimental ear implant, he became obsessed with sound, to the point that he developed the ability to hypnotize people through music. Adopting the story of the fabled Pied Piper, Hartley designed a special flute and went on a crime spree. But after Barry Allen died in Crisis, he decided to retire and reform as a contributing member of society. He also came out as gay around the same time, one of the first openly gay characters in DC history. His weirdest moment came during the Countdown to Final Crisis story arc. Hartley managed to blow up Apocalypse, the home planet of Darkseid, which at the time was possessed by the evil cyborg Brother Eye, through the power of music. The song he played on his flute? Queen's The Show Must Go On. Now that is musical talent, unquote.
It's reminding of one of the Jetsons movies.
Imagine what would have happened if he took that flute and played We Will Rock You.
I was thinking about Tribute.
Or how about Through the Flame and Fire? Holy crap.
Oh, wow. Now, this Flash villain has been seen in 2 different versions in the TV show, The Weather Wizard. He first appeared in 1960. Quote, Mark Martin's brother, Clyde, discovered a way to technologically control weather patterns shortly before he died of a heart attack, although it's been implied Mark murdered his brother. Mark decided to steal his brother's ideas and create an actual wand, taking on the wizard-themed title and using technology to aid his criminal activities. Are you seeing a pattern here with the Rogues? Maybe? Good. Mm-hmm. His weirdest moment came when his less kooky weird and more holy crap weird time occurred. Martin had a son following a one-night stand with a police officer who somehow began to display natural abilities to control weather patterns. Jealous of the child because he still had to use a wand, Martin attempted to kidnap his son and vivisect him. Thankfully, a last-minute bout of common sense stopped him, unquote.
Wow. Wow.
That took a fucking turn.
A bout of common sense. That statement right there.
Wow, he just became the freakiest member of this whole crew. My son can control the weather. I gotta open him up and figure out how that works. Fucking psycho.
He was watching too much Heroes.
This one is going to be... Wow. This one is going to be one of the most infamous characters on the TV show just because of who played him. The Trickster. Mm-hmm. Quote, circus artist James Jesse designed himself special boots that actually let him walk on air, allowing him to become the first famous trapeze artist... allowing him to become a famous trapeze artist like every other member of his family. But his boots were so powerful, he decided to become a con man and thief, using his gadgets to rob banks and fight the Flash. His weirdest moment came because he's wacky by design. After all, his initial power was that he could literally walk on air. But at one point he did team up with Captain Marvel, Shazam, to go to literal hell and fight the evil demon Neron, who is basically the devil incarnate, unquote. How do you go from trapeze artist to con man to devil puncher?
Damn, I know.
I think he needs some Ritalin.
Was that a Joker joke?
I don't know. First thing that comes to my mind.
Wow. This one's appearing in the Suicide Squad, Captain Boomerang. Quote, Digger Harkness was introduced essentially as a walking Australian stereotype. He was a master boomerang thrower so skillful he was hired as a boomerang company's mascot. Ridiculed by audiences, Harkness decided to use the costume as well as his ability to throw boomerangs real good as a criminal. For a while, Harkness' long-lost son, Owen Mercer, took the mantle of Captain Boomerang following Harkness' death. Owen upgraded to trick boomerangs rather than just normal ones, and had an actual superpower too. He could use the Speed Force in a limited capacity to have bursts of super speed, so his entire shtick wasn't just being able to throw boomerangs. His weirdest moment came with Owen's death in Blackest Night. He was actually killed by the spirit of his dad, Digger, after Captain Cold pushed him into a pit of blood Owen planned to use to resurrect his father. Suffice to say, Blackest Night was a really weird story arc, unquote.
Yeah. No, Boomerang appeared in the Arrow, actually.
He appeared in both.
Yeah. Yes, he did.
It was a crossover episode.
Well, there's only 3 left. Do you want me to finish this up?
Sure.
Okay, next on this list is one I'm vaguely familiar with. The Top.
The Top?
Guess what he does?
Yeah.
Does he spin?
Yep.
He first appeared in 1961. Quote, Roscoe Dillon was obsessed with spinning tops as a child. Weren't we all?
Okay.
His
when he
Jewish
became-
counterpart, the dreidel.
Oh, fuck you. And when he became a petty criminal, he decided to turn that obsession into a talent. Naturally. He actually managed to teach himself to spin around on the spot so fast he could deflect bullets.
I want to have that much dedication.
It actually says here, it gets weirder. The speed he spins actually heightened his intelligence as well, which he used to build fancy spinning top gadgets to aid his crimes. His weirdest moment came when the Top actually died after an encounter with the Flash early on in his career, but his spirit returned and possessed bodies multiple times throughout comics history. In one instance after his return, the Flash subdued Roscoe and asked the magician Zatanna to alter his mind, turning him into a hero. It worked briefly, but Roscoe snapped and went after his former rogues, brainwashing some of them with his spinning powers into becoming reformed villains, unquote.
You know, it would have been easier just to give him access to the Speed Force. They took him to a turbine.
That whole description is so fucked up, I can't even make a good joke.
So he's Starscream.
Let's see. The next one is one that is familiar to the Flash TV show, Heatwave. First appeared in 1963. Quote, Mick Rory, like many members of the Rogues, had an obsession. As a child, he was a pyromaniac and burned his own house down. After seeing the Rogues in action against the Flash, Mick decided to fuel his pyromania by becoming a costume villain, creating an asbestos suit, nice choice, and a compact flamethrower. At his first clashing with Captain Cold as well as the Flash, Rory also had cryophobia after being locked in a freezer as a child. He eventually joined the Rogues. His weirdest moment, remember that accident I mentioned in the New 52 timeline? Well, Mick gained natural pyrokinetic abilities from the explosion that he could shoot out of his chest. Unfortunately, the power also came with a side effect of horrendously burning all of his flesh. Ouch, unquote.
Yeah, I remember
he became a walking furnace.
Yep. There's only one more in this list, and that is Captain Cold's sister, the Golden Glider.
Yep.
She first appeared in 1977. Boy, they waited on that one.
Wow.
Yeah.
Here I was born.
Oh. Actually, yeah, me too. Quote, the Lisa Snart of the Flash TV show is most definitely not the Lisa Snart of the comics, and there's a good reason. The original Golden Glider was kind of an insane concept. Lisa was not just Leonard Snart's sister, but also actually the girlfriend of Roscoe Dillon, the Top. When Roscoe died during a battle with the Flash, she was driven to revenge out of grief. An Olympic-level ice skater, Lisa donned a skating uniform, mask, and ice skates to become the Golden Glider. The ice skates can create their own ice flow, allowing Lisa, through her skating skill, to glide through the air. Makes the TV show's Gold Gun look a little less silly now, doesn't it?
You know what? She is a lot better in the new 52 version.
Wait. Her weirdest moment came in 1996 when she died, but returned in the new 52 as a completely different villain. In the new 52, Lisa is dying of cancer in the hospital where the Rogues go to splice their weapons and text with themselves. The explosion that ensues affects her, granting her a spectral projection form that lets her move at super speeds, fly, and she begins forming a new version of the Rogues without her brother. And yet, she still goes by Glider, unquote.
Well, she can fly.
That is the weirdest group of enemies outside of, like, the fucking TechNet and Excalibur, frankly. We'll move into the general comic book and convention news. We'll start off with the convention stuff. San Diego has announced more guests. This is their 12th wave of guests for San Diego. 12 waves of at least 5. I wasn't really aware they had this many guests. But we haven't mentioned some of them because some of the names are a little too obscure and a lot of people just go scratching their heads. This group had to be mentioned for several reasons. We have Scott Shaw, who's a cartoonist on Captain Carrot and his Amazing Zoo Crew, which is a DC book. We have Laura Martin, who's a colorist and artist on Planetary and Star Wars. J. Michael Straczynski, the writer of Superman, Earth 1, and The Rising Stars. Jonathan Hickman, who's the writer on The Secret Wars, which is going on for Marvel next month, and he's worked on a lot of Marvel projects. And the fifth name on this list is no stranger to anybody because he is the most prolific man in comics today at 92, Stan Lee.
Surprise, surprise.
That Stan Lee's going to Comic-Con? Not in the least. I expect him to be there as often as I expect Virgil to show up, okay? Another piece of comic news that's going to cause some consternation with people. Denver Comic-Con has made a move to possibly ban Gamergate t-shirts, calling them hateful symbols.
Good.
That's good. Yeah.
It's an interesting move. As you can imagine, a lot of people are complaining about this as a First Amendment issue, free speech issue. I don't think that's the same as the reason why they're removing it. Because a lot of people that are pro-Gamergate, I know, would assume that this is an entirely political move. But at the same time, the people running Denver Comic-Con are going to have to think about what the majority of people going to the convention would want to see and what would be considered potential harassment.
Yeah, I mean,
it's a thorny issue, and it's one without a simple explanation or fix. There's no simple fix to this situation.
I don't know. I look at Gamersgate as overblown, but that again is my personal opinion. But I really think that
I think the central issue of Gamersgate has been lost.
Yeah, no, I don't think anybody even remembers what the hell the central issue of Gamersgate is.
Agreed.
It's one of those things where it's not a First Amendment issue if Denver Comic-Con can tap on their potential harassment issue or their harassment policy and use that as the reason.
Yeah.
It may not be entirely fair, but it's something that they can legally fall back on. Let's see. There's also a report in further convention news that BotCon 2015... Actually, it's a confirmed report. BotCon 2015 will have no third-party Transformers products at it.
Just read that, actually.
Yeah. Third-party products are a lot of the Chinese products. I'm a fan of the third-party products because this is my personal opinion. I think they tend to be better made than a lot of Hasbro stuff.
But way more expensive.
Yeah, however, because of the trademark issues, BotCon is enforcing their policy that non-trademarked toys will not be allowed to be sold on their floor. I think that sucks, man.
Yeah, I think it does too. I don't understand why they're specifically singling out non-trademarked. I mean, but
the thing is, non-trademark stuff lately is taking up a big piece of the market. When you consider that Hasbro's toys on the average sell for somewhere between $20 and $40 for the higher end stuff, the third-party stuff can be at the same booth, sell for $100, and probably go for that price.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I guess it doesn't help that it's being sponsored by Hasbro too. So.
Yeah, that probably has something to do with it. It's. Like I said, personally, I find the third-party stuff better than the Hasbro toys. I like picking them up because they're detailed, I think they're well thought out, and they have some interesting takes on these characters that Hasbro themselves, probably because of how much it costs to do these things, don't really dig into. Again, personal opinion. Take that for what you will.
Yeah.
Speaking of Stan Lee, he's starting a new comic book universe.
Really?
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's working with Arcana and his own company, POW Entertainment. They're creating a new series called The Unknowns. It's supposed to be both a comic series and animated project. The Unknowns is going to follow two teens who are part of a touring rock band that are chasing down alien invaders. The catch is that members of their own band are also aliens. Not villains per se, but just other members of the band are aliens.
Mm-hmm.
So many things is right into my mind right now when you said that.
Yeah. Men in Black? A potential Men in Black crossover. No.
No, I'm talking about one of the first ideas of rebooting Thundercats.
Oh, you're right. Well, the potential animated series is being looked over by writer-producer Chris Wyatt, who has also worked on Avengers Assemble, Ultimate Spider-Man, and Transformers Rescue Bots. That's not a bad pedigree. A former artist on Wonder Woman is doing her own horror hunting epic story with what's titled Midnight Society. The artist in question is Drew Johnson. He created his own female hero in the form of a monster hunter named Matilda Finn. She's going to debut in June's Midnight Society, The Black Lake from Dark Horse. The storyline is that the character of Melody Flynn is a British operative who is tasked with dealing with the world's supernatural secrets. This kind of reminds me of Wildstorm's Winona Earp. The wrinkles in this, supposedly, is that there's one secret even she doesn't know, and that's who she was before she was found washed up on a Dunwich beach a few years ago. Suddenly there's another Cammy reference here. I don't know if I'd seek this one out myself, but I'll try anything once.
Oh, the Amnesia card. Yay.
Yeah, that's overdone.
And Archer and Armstrong is restarting again. They've been a long-term Valiant staple. They've appeared in several different formats. Their 2012 revival wrapped up late last year with Archer and Armstrong 25, and they're being brought back again, probably due to the recent movie deal that Valiant Comics signed. Several of their properties are getting turned into movies, and Archer and Armstrong is one of them. There's no details as to what the characters of Fred Van Lent and Clayton Henry will return as, but they've been costume superheroes, gun-toting maniacs, and everything in between. And according to the story on IO9, it says here, quote, "And seriously, you should read Archer and Armstrong. They punch nuns. They fight UFOs while riding dinosaurs. It's so good," unquote.
I'm interested that they fight nuns as part of the It's So Good.
Now, there's an artist I hope to track down during Comic-Con, Mark Brooks. He's worked for Marvel on several different things. I believe he did New X-Men for a while, which was the teenage group that didn't last terribly long as far as comic series goes. And he recently just kind of did a sketch. He for no real reason that I can find or he will even post. He just did a sketch. Take a look at this version of the Phoenix. It's very pretty. It's all pencils and ink.
Oh, I like that.
It's not CG. This is what he did on the page. Now, you're probably asking, why does this even matter, and why did this end up in general comic news instead of Marvel? Well, it's because he liked the sketch, but he decided that he already had several sketches of this character and qualities he liked, so he threw it up on eBay. By the time this show airs, it's going to end. The eBay auction is going to end on May 4th at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The current bidding is up to $1,825.
Wow, damn.
What? I mean, the blue hell, right? You will be required to pay $40 for shipping. This particular image, well, I don't know, you will be required. Obviously, by the time this airs, it'll be all over. But the piece is 12 inches by 16 inches on Strathmore smooth drawing paper. It's rendered in India ink, Copic markers, in cool and warm grays. Highlights were added with brush with white acrylic. It's an original piece of artwork, not a print.
Wow.
Whoever owns this is going to be frickin' thrilled.
Nice.
This is a phrase I never thought of myself as uttering. There's an original graphic novel coming showing the human side of Andre the Giant.
Really? Who's producing it?
Lionforge Comics and IDW are actually doing it. They're putting together a new graphic novel by writer Brandon Easton and artist Dennis Medry. It's just going to be titled Andre the Giant. It's going to be the first licensed and endorsed by the wrestler's family. So the wrestler's family actually agrees that this is a relatively true portrayal of the life of Andre the Giant. I'm intrigued.
Yeah.
As both a comic fan and a wrestling fan, this is interesting to me.
As a Princess Bride fan, it's interesting to me.
Oh, there you go. And Dan Fogler, who is both a movie star and comic writer, has kickstarted a new series called Brooklyn Gladiator. It's a graphic novel billed as the love child of Orwell, Huxley, and stoner conspiracy theories.
That's an interesting mix of things.
It doesn't say which company is putting it out. That's freaking bizarre. Let's see. The Kickstarter, I think, is... Yeah, the Kickstarter is actually over already. He managed to raise $15,042 from 130 backers to put this together. The Kickstarter finished back on May 1st. I don't quite know what to think about that, but congratulations to him at the very least. Last bit of general comic news I have. Another phrase I never thought I'd say out loud. There was a successful crowdfunder for the first gay Mormon superhero.
Wait, what?
Okay.
I can't believe I have to repeat that. There was a successful Kickstarter for the first gay Mormon superhero.
Obviously not approved by the Mormon Church.
I would imagine not. It's called The Stripling Warrior. It's the story of Sam Shepard, who is a man tapped to be the hand of God, and is inspired not just by the Church of Latter-day Saints, but also by the real-life journey of the man who wrote it, a gay Mormon named Brian Anderson.
Okay.
I can't say I would read it, but I will say about Mr. Anderson, balls of steel. You got to be brave to put out a story like this, because you know there's going to be a segment of, like, the religious right there just going to be seeking his head.
Yeah.
It's an interesting idea, though, that a gay character has been chosen to become the hand of God.
I like that.
That's very different. You laugh, but I'm at least curious about this, you know?
It's at least unique, which is...
Very much.
Something lacking.
Yeah, I utterly agree with that statement.
Oh, apparently I was muted. Yeah, I'm hoping he's just, he's got a good story and he isn't just going for shock value.
Well, I mean, considering it sounds like he wrote it based on some of his real-life experiences, I doubt it.
Yeah.
It's one of those stories that should be told because of how difficult it is for some gay people who are religious to stay within their chosen religion. You know, they tend to get ostracized regardless of their beliefs just for being gay.
Well, that is unfortunately true, but at the same time, religiously accurate.
Well, we'll move from there into anime and Japan news. And the first story in here is kind of interesting about anime. I know V would not... I want to use the word care, but it's just not in her wheelhouse about the production values of TV animes these days. Have you guys noticed that there is a difference between TV releases and DVD releases?
I don't really pay attention.
Yeah.
I have noticed increasingly lately that animes that are released on TV and for stream, they can seem a little bit unfinished, and then when they get to the DVD release, they look radically different. Would you guys prefer a GIF or the entire set? Actually, I'll just send you the entire reference link from IO or Kotaku and Brian Ashcraft. Take a look at this, and if you scroll down to the first comparison of TV and DVD versions of a particular series called Gonna Be Twin Tail, you can see the weird difference between the TV release and the DVD release.
That is weird. Like it was actually redrawn.
It is a massive difference. It's almost like they're rushed to get the TV show out, but once they get that break, all of a sudden they work on it all over again for the DVDs. And maybe that's inaccurate. It may not be entire scenes that are redone, but at the very least, specific characters are redrawn.
Well, it does remind me of, like, they'll go through and they'll redo, even in manga, they'll do that. When they go back to do, they have the release in the
you mean the chapter releases and then the tankobons?
And then when the tanks come out, they completely will redraw scenes and edit things and change things up. So, in that respect, I guess there is a precedence.
Well,
I suppose, but I'm sorry, Jesse. What is it?
No, I was going to make a comment that I came across this a while back. That apparently they did that to Pokemon too, except it was a drastic change. I mean, very drastic. The character.
Well, there have been instances between the Tankobon and the original serialization, and they've done complete redraws of entire panels or pages.
Well, I can't say I know about that.
I don't think
tend to
that
wait
it's
for thanks.
common, but it has been remarked on before.
Well, that kind of leads into the second story, and it's something that we've heard echoed before, but the prior story we read about animators in Japan had to do with what it was like being a foreigner in a major animation studio.
Mm-hmm.
We now have a story through Kotaku about the average anime salary in Japan. And it's fucking painful. Let's see, according to a Japan Animation Creators Association, they took a survey of 759 animators, and the average yearly income for these animators is 1.1 million yen.
It's not very much, is it?
If you translate that into US dollars, it's approximately 10 grand. That's what they make per year.
Ooh.
So that means that animators in Japan make the equivalent of less than $1,000 per month.
Yeah.
And this is working on a schedule that averages about 11 hours per day. And the cost of living in Japan is higher than it generally is in the U.S., with the exception of maybe California and New York.
Yeah, and then there's also the fact that, that's 11 hours per day, 6 days a week.
Yeah. I mean, no wonder some series are unfinished, because these guys are half asleep at their fucking desks wondering how they're going to eat. In slightly better anime in Japan news, there was a group of pictures that came out via Vivid Vision and Randy, I think it's pronounced Randy Gee, of Sailor Moon cosplayers. The cosplay was interesting because it had a slight variation on the sailors, but they're also good photos. I sent you guys the URL so you can take a look at the group of them.
Ooh, armor.
Yeah, it's taking a little bit to load. Okay, let me click on it again.
Yeah, they are armored sailor scouts.
I take it the original one wasn't armored?
No.
No,
they were complete Sailor Fukus.
Generally just
Japanese.
They're like fancy versions of schoolgirls in the original series.
Ah.
This would take much more work for a cosplayer to do. I gotta applaud him for it, though. It's an interesting take. Some of the cosplayers here are Carolyn Daw Art and Cosplay, Vivid Vision, Gladsy K Art and Cosplay, Stella Chu, Holly Wolf, Yusei Cosplay, and Crystal's Art and Cosplay, or Christicle's Art and Cosplay. Stella Chu, I think she goes by Chu Bear. I think she's the one that's Sailor Pluto, and I think she's a special guest at Anime Expo this year. I think. I may have that wrong because the screen names of cosplayers compared to their real names, I'm not very good at that. As we all know, I'm not good at recognizing faces either, but...
Well, they generally don't have the same face when you go to cons, so...
Yeah.
So it's not entirely your fault.
Well, this is going to upset some people. One of anime's most iconic images is getting a change. School swimsuits.
They're updating them, or...
Yeah, a company called Flipmart, Japan's leading swimsuit designer, is introducing redesigned swimsuits to accommodate complaints students have had about wearing them. They met in November with 4 third-year middle school students from the junior high school annex at Tokyo City Ryogoku High School to get their input. They circulated a questionnaire to 360 middle school students, and girls often requested swimsuits that they could change into a short time, as well as one pieces that didn't show too much skin. Boys complained about being cold while waiting poolside. Is that because of the banana hammocks? As a result, Footmark has unveiled the Ideal Swimming line, which is 2-piece suits, which are easy to take on and off. It's fastened by a button at the low back, and the shirt is long enough to ensure that no skin shows even when sitting by the pool. It's a big departure from what it used to be.
Well, I'm not exactly sure what you're thinking of.
Sorry?
Which swimwear are you thinking of?
What do you mean?
The old school.
The one-piece, more or less, bathing suit.
Okay, but which one?
That one.
Ah, okay. So, yeah, the more modern one.
Yeah.
It is a bit of a departure, but I like these I think these definitely look a lot warmer.
Yeah.
It's more convenient, and it's something that's much it's much harder to be objectified in for girls, for sure. Probably for the guys as well, frankly. I mean, the shortest they get is like cycling pants, really.
Mm-hmm. I'm assuming, I don't know, it would probably feel a little weird to me to swim in that just because I'm used to it being more loose. The skin-tight thing would be a little bit more weird, but...
I've never tried to swim in that. I just would really hope my balls do not itch during class. Because it'd be pretty obvious what you're doing. There's also a one-piece art gallery going on in Hong Kong. I know that sounds relatively dull, except for the fact that it's a 3D art gallery that you can take pictures and interact with. I just sent you the URL so you can take a look. This also came from Kotaku and Brian Ashcraft. It's a...
Oh, so it's kind of like those chalk artist drawings and whatnot.
Not exactly. It's a bunch of different stills. Scroll down a little bit, and you'll see that there's all kinds of things that you can stand in to pretend to be one of the characters or interact with.
Yeah, but it uses your... It tricks your eyes so that, you know, you're looking at something and it looks like you're a part of it.
Sort of. Go down to the fourth one. You'll see that it gets much more interactive than that, even.
Yeah, there's the one with Ace.
Wow.
The fifth one actually does that as well. The seventh one does that too. It looks like somebody's being punched clean through the midsection. The second to last picture in this gallery is a little bizarre to me. I'd like to know... The camera has to be upside down.
What?
The second to last picture in this gallery, the camera has to be upside down.
Yeah, where she's hanging from Frankie.
Yep.
That or or it could be that... Oh yeah, no, I can see. Yeah, it must be upside down. I'm seeing where she's standing now.
Yeah.
I was going to say she could be laying down, but...
This is one of those things I'm almost disappointed Anime Expo hasn't tried to get copies of all this for their entertainment hall. This would be... Oh, God, fans would go freak about this.
I would love to be in the last picture. That was an epic moment in that show.
Well, that's an interesting way 3D anime can interact with the 3D world. I found a less interesting way anime can interact with the 3D world.
AX?
Have you ever... Ooh, low. Now, several times throughout people's lifetime, they just need to get haircuts, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, dear.
When you go to get a haircut, have you ever thought about Mobile Suit Gundam?
What?
Never.
No, can't say.
Never.
There is a barber shop in Aomori Prefecture, Japan, and the title in the window literally reads, Gundam Cut.
What, if you pull out the
Tell me they're not drawing a Gundam into their hair or something like that. They're just giving you a hairstyle similar to one of the pilots in Gundam or something.
No, they can't be that.
Fortunately, I do not believe it is that literal. The barbershop, for whatever reason, in its parking lot, has several large Gundam statues, including a gigantic, what looks to be almost life-size Gundam head that has lights in the eyes for the nighttime period.
Huh.
I don't even think, as an anime fan, I would go anywhere near this place, because there is nothing about haircutting that should mix with giant robots. That just sounds dangerous. I do have a new trailer for the new Lupin the Third next animation.
Shoot, go.
Wow, dude.
What?
You are the last person I expected to have a hard-on for Lupin.
Dude, I love it. That was a great show.
Okay. I sent it. Presented by TMS Entertainment Company Limited.
Whoa!
Oh my god, those horns. All of a sudden I'm flashing back to Get a Robo. Lupin's the interesting story of an international thief, right?
Yeah.
Oh, the stills are definitely...
Italy.
Yeah, the stills are very old school. Oh man, so's the animation style.
Yes. I'm going to enjoy this.
Yeah, this moves to the top of my pile.
I like the music.
How many times is Spooky going to change her hair color?
The 70s and 80s anime had a lot of music like this. They believed heavily in the orchestra and saxophones.
Cowboy Bebop was kind of held that tradition.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. I mean, it's definitely a modern animation style, but all the storyboard references is old school.
Yeah, dude. You can almost see the where the modern tech meets the old school art.
Yeah.
Might be a bit jarring to some people.
You know what, though? It says new season. I hope this means it's an animated series, because I would really enjoy this to hit Hulu. Man. There are some things that just don't seem to end. It seems like every week we have a new story about Death Note that doesn't have to do with anime. In this case, the U.S. adaptation of Death Note has a director now. Adam Wingard has signed on to direct the U.S. Death Note. The only, according to IO9, the only credits he has, at least major ones, are You're Next and The Guest. I don't know either of those. And he's not even the first guy that was picked to helm this movie. Originally, the director of Kiss Kiss Bang Bang and Iron Man 3, Shane Black, was supposed to do it. I guess he backed out. Either he just said, I don't understand anime, or he said, Death Note, holy fuck, no. Japan also has the weirdest bridge I've ever seen. Steve, while you were in Japan, did you see the Ashima Ohashi Bridge?
Where is it located?
I do not know. The bridge is the third largest ridge bridge in Japan. It goes a mile long. It has a height of 144 feet.
Yeah, no, I don't believe so.
Okay.
I think I would remember that.
All right. Well, let me start off by sending you the image that's at the top of the Sploid.com article, because frankly, looking at this, it's fucking scary.
Whoa. Yeah, no.
Oh, damn.
If I had to drive my Scion up and down this thing, the whole time I'd be going, please get up there, please get up there, please get up there, please get up there, please get up there.
I had a Metro once. I got on a hill in Hayward. Started at the bottom of the hill at 40 miles an hour. By the time I got to the top of the hill, which took a while, I was at 20. And my foot was to the floor.
Well, wow. I tell you what, there's actually a 1.5-minute video that they attach to this. I'll send it to you guys. So this is what it's supposed to be like to drive over the Ashima Ohashi Bridge.
Why do I feel like I'm on a roller coaster?
I know, this must be one of the flat sections of the bridge.
No, it's angled up. Actually, no, it's not.
No, looking at the
up a little bit.
Yeah. Actually, it looks like it's about to angle down.
Now it is about to angle down.
This is making my stomach turn a little. It's a nice view.
Yeah.
I would hate to be a pedestrian on this fucking bridge.
Doesn't look like it has a spot for it.
Nope, there it is.
Oh.
Yeah, it looks like there's one right
on the other side of the bars.
Yeah. That is just freaky. So this must be going up here.
Yep.
Oh.
It doesn't look like very steep at this point in time, so I'm thinking...
Oh, it's there's an optical illusion happening.
I believe so. This is just bizarre. This thin little bridge. I wonder where it's supposed to lead.
Yeah, I need perspective to...
Yeah. Camera's not enough perspective.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a dash cam, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yep.
Need outside perspective to see what's going on, because it looks like you're not much angled.
Yeah. Looks like it's over the calmest sections. That's a little disappointing. Last bit of anime in Japan news I have is a bit of a callback. Remember the unlikely duo that we heard of Momoro Clover Z and Kiss?
Yes.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
They came out with a new video called Pledge of Z. It's just Momoro Clover Z in this video called Pledge of Z. And when I first heard that, 8 different jokes came to my mind. The odd part was 2 of them were right. Take a look for yourself.
DBZ.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Yes, it is. Whoever is designing their videos is very much into anime and costuming. I wonder who chose the heavy metal background.
Yeah, their backgrounds are pretty nice, well, except for that one.
Well, I mean, the thrash metal backing music. I wonder whose idea that was. Their costume designer put a lot of thought into how to make this work, that's for sure. And look at this image of them powering up. Why couldn't the actual Dragon Ball movies look that interesting?
Because they need to make as many episodes as they can so they can milk as much money from the fans. Just a thought.
Now, yeah, speaking of which, I read a weird blog post lately of somebody who said he came up with all the reasons why Goku should have won the death battle with Superman.
Do we need to hear this again?
He had, no science behind it. He came up with, what he called 15 reasons, and not one actually had any sort of research, just a bunch of opinions. Then I decided to post a secondary article that Screw Attack came up with, not by the Death Battle writers, but with another writer who did his own research.
Uh-huh.
The guy decided to answer back with, well, yeah, he's got numbers, but he works with Screw Attack. Why should I listen to him?
Because he's got numbers?
Wow. Yeah, because he used, science.
Facts, given by different medias within each genre.
Well, one guy decided to weigh in with, well, you can't count the jokes as part of the canons. Why not? Just because they're doing jokes in the series doesn't mean that it's not a reflection of their abilities. This is another one of those things that I like for reasons I don't quite understand.
Fanboys, just...
Like the fact they actually put a kata into their...
it's not a matter of fanboying because I don't like Dragon Ball, but there's something about this song in general that's actually kind of fun.
Very colorful.
Characters they're supposed to portray are very colorful. So why isn't she green?
It's true.
I was just gonna say.
That's your argument? You got a video where they're throwing katas and power bolts, and it's like, why isn't your skin green? This is throwing me off.
Well, they could have at least given her antennas. I love the Frieza.
Let's see Frieza. Yeah.
I feel frightened that I know all this just from watching DBZ Abridged.
But you know what, honestly though, DBZ Abridged gives you all the information that you need, and yes, it is far more entertaining.
Yeah. The only information you need without the filler in between.
Yeah, that statement by itself just added tons of respect for you, because not only do you understand what the fuck is happening here, but you watched the good version of Dragon Ball.
Well, to be fair, it wasn't really I've watched it by virtue of people in the apartment watching it.
Although I would have been far more impressed instead of 5 Friezas if they'd done the Ginyu Force. That would have been even better.
Yeah.
V, I don't care if you're reasoning. You win by proxy, okay?
Actually, no. The Frieza clones remind me of the team you fought in the Mario RPG.
The unfortunate thing is, now that this video is out, the challenge is on. Cosplayers, you're up. It's not a bad video, it's not a bad song.
Yeah. Homage to the anime.
Yeah, put more work into anything Beyonce did, for fuck's sake.
Right? Actually, I've never watched a single Beyonce video ever, but I imagine they're not very interesting.
Congratulations, you're better off. We'll move from there into our nerd interest news. We'll talk about those. We talk sometimes about nerdy social and technological innovations that happen just because we like them. This is fucking juvenile, and it goes back to Gamergate. Pro Gamergaters were supposed to have a meetup back on May 1st or 2nd in Washington, D.C. It was an arranged Gamersgate meetup. It had about 200 individuals. And then they were escorted out of the bar that they were hanging out in because of a fire drill. The thing is, by the time they got outside, there weren't any firemen around, just police.
Whoa.
It had nothing to do with the people inside. Some dick called in a bomb threat. I don't care what side you are on the fucking issue. That's a dick move.
I think they get swatted.
No, they didn't get swatted. They didn't get swatted. The police actually didn't arrest anybody there. They didn't go in hot. The people came outside and saw police standing around who were directing them away from the building. You know, please, sir, come this way. They weren't there to do an invasion. They weren't swatted. Somebody actually called in a bomb threat on this meeting, including a tweet that was put out by a Russian Twitter handle. It went under Grand 661-85501, and it said, quote, "I have multiple bombs planted around the area Gamersgate in D.C. is being held in. If Gamersgate in D.C. is not evacuated within the next hour, it will detonate," unquote. That tweet came out May 1st, 7:37 p.m. And Polygon confirmed with a police spokesperson that the evacuation was in response to a bomb threat on Twitter. Again, I don't care about your political motivations. This is stupid and fucking juvenile.
Mm-hmm.
I hope whoever did this gets arrested.
Sincerely. Now, one dad decided to build a bed for his kids.
Okay.
I am so... the pic was posted to Imager by Ed McGowan a few days ago. It had the caption, "Over a year ago, I posted a photo of my nephew's Star Wars room while it was in the process of being built. Here is the final product. I am so glad I don't have this because I would never go outside." No, take a look at this bed, and all I have to say is, punch it, Chewie.
Oh, nice.
That's awesome.
That is the child's actual Millennium Falcon cockpit bed.
Dude, that's
sweet.
Radical.
You would never see me. I would sit there the whole time making airplane noises. In astronomical news, astronomers found a gas giant orbiting surprisingly close to a small star. The star is HATS 6, about half the size of our own sun in both mass and diameter. It's 500 light years away, and they found a planet that weighs in at the mass of Saturn, or 100 times the mass of Earth. Because of its close orbital distance, it causes the gas on this planet, HATS 6b, to billow out and inflating the planet like a hot air balloon to the size of Jupiter. Its orbital period, it goes around this star every 3.3 days.
Damn.
Wow.
That puts this planet as significantly closer to its own star than Mercury is to our sun.
Heard of a system like this way back.
Well, wouldn't that kind of cause our current model of planet formation to be questioned?
Probably.
We pictured, due to our own solar system, that you have to be in this weird butter zone, kind of like a habitable zone, but further out to create gas giants. This one is practically sitting on top of its star.
Well, there's a theory that what ended up happening is that gas giant ended up, had a descending orbit, slowly approaching the sun.
Ah, okay. Imagine this still...
Yeah, I can see that.
Mars's moons.
That requires further thought, but it's a little too complicated for this show. Have you ever wanted to eat at a restaurant you've seen in a TV show?
Yeah. Sometimes.
The fictional fast food franchise from Breaking Bad, Dos Pollos Hermanos, is being made into an actual fried chicken restaurant.
Nice.
Cool.
According to a Reddit AMA, the show's creator... I'm sorry?
It translates to the two chicken brothers.
Yes. Yes, it does. According to a Reddit AMA by show creator Vince Gilligan, there is talk of a Pollos Hermanos becoming a real restaurant. The idea came from a businessman who has an interest in making Los Pollos Hermanos an actual chain.
Nice.
It's not the worst
I could see that being very popular.
Mexican-sounding restaurant I've heard.
Well, it's not like it ever really existed. The set of the Los Pollos Hermanos restaurant was what was called a Twister's Burrito restaurant in New Mexico. So there was no actual basis for it. It served something completely different. Now someone wants to make Los Pollos Hermanos a real restaurant chain. Let's just hope they don't actually move meth like they do in the TV series.
Yeah. Would be a little awkward.
Now, does anyone have any extra information about Tesla's battery system I've been hearing about?
No, I haven't heard
the one
about
that they were going to install into houses and it would be run off of like solar power or something could actually last for a day or something like that?
Oh, I have heard about this vaguely.
This announcement came during the weekend. More specifically, it came out on Friday. Elon Musk did announce during a press conference that they've created what they call the Powerwall. It's a business-target battery called the Power Pack. They're completely sustainable, as he puts it, and they emit zero carbon. The idea of the Powerwall is it's supposed to increase the capacity for a house with solar panels, but can also be used during power outages. Right. It can fit on the wall in your garage, and it can also be used to power a Tesla vehicle, obviously. Or the outside wall of your house. It's 3 feet across, 4 feet tall, and 6 inches deep. It comes with a 10-year warranty, and it's connected to the internet, so it's constantly talking to Tesla Energy and monitoring usage. The selling price for these batteries to installers for the Powerwalls is $3,500 for a 10 kilowatt battery and $3,000 for a 7 kilowatt battery. Business battery prices haven't been made public as of yet.
Yeah, but if you've got solar, I could definitely see investing in something like that.
Well, yeah, it'd be a great emergency product, or if you live in an area that has excessively cloudy or rainy periods, this is an awesome thing.
Definitely. The future is here, people.
I like Elon Musk because he's not just sticking with typical business models, he is trying really hard to come up with new shit all the time.
And this was a good idea. It was well thought out. It's something that, goes well with an existing product that expands its use.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I fault him for none of it. It's interesting. I have another cosplay-related article via cosplay at Kotaku.com. It answers a question I've never asked, and that is, what would it look like if Pokemon were armored knights?
Mer?
I can't describe it any better for you than just send you the article.
Okay.
The cosplay was by Spirit Rising 7. Photos were by B1NH Photography and Miss Ansa. This is cracked out, man.
I would have watched this.
The armor that makes Pikachu look like a god of thunder is a little bizarre. And their Umbreon looks kind of like a bizarre Cayman Rider, really.
Yeah, but honestly, you could totally get the gladiator fighting vibe from this a lot better than the Pokemon show.
I could almost imagine, Pikachu, use Thunderbolt! I bow to you this day, for you are a wonderful opponent, but today is the day you must die!
You could get some really good... Except it's all in Pikachu! With the subtitles down below. You could even have the mouth move a little bit more afterwards. That would be awesome.
Actually, this is like that YouTube video, Engage Lightning Protocol!
Yeah, I could totally see that voice.
NASA is doing a new test that suggests its impossible EM drive may actually work in space.
Nice!
They've been working on an electromagnetic drive, one that doesn't run on any conventional fuel source. And it could, in theory, propel objects to near relativistic speeds and been shown to work inside a space-like vacuum. The announcement was made by NASA EagleWorks via NASASpaceflight.com. There's also a discussion about the engines and the physics that drive it. There's also been word that this bizarre engine might actually get you to light speed travel.
Really?
Yeah, I can't find the article I saw. There was a secondary article I was reading about it, but the headline was that this new EM drive might actually achieve warp speed travel.
Dude, I want to join Starfleet.
I mean, if that works, that changes the nature of everything we think of space travel. If that works in my lifetime, shoot me then. That would be it. That would be the biggest thing that happens.
Yeah.
And IBM may actually assist them with that because IBM just cracked one of the major problems facing quantum computing.
Oh, really? Yeah?
Yeah, IBM solved a big error allowing it to detect internal errors that would otherwise render Woof, that is a bunch of big fucking words. IBM has cracked one of the biggest errors by allowing the quantum processor to allow it to detect the internal errors that could otherwise render quantum calculation useless. They found a self-correction error in the algorithm that allows quantum computing to more or less align. According to the article on Gizmodo, quote, one of the many problems exhibited by the breed of future computers is that they exist in the delicate and fuzzy quantum world, using not bits, but qubits, quantum bits. Each of these qubits can represent a 0 or a 1, or crucially, both, providing the ability to dramatically bump up computation speeds. When both exist at the same time on the qubit, they are related by what physicists call a phase relationship. But in real quantum computers, errors can occur when a qubit holds both states. They can flip to being just a regular 0 or 1, known as a bit flip. Or the phase relationship can change sign, known as a phase flip. While there are already techniques in existence that can detect both errors, so far it's been impossible to detect them both at the same time. That's not much use, because you need to be able to detect all errors for a quantum computer to work reliably. But researchers at IBM have cracked the problem. Do you want me to read the paragraph where they explain it?
Sure. All I could say is they must be ecstatic right now.
Yeah. According to Fizzord, quote, the IBM research team used a variety of techniques to measure the states of two independent syndrome measurement qubits. Each reveals one aspect of the quantum information stored on two other qubits called code or data qubits. Specifically, one syndrome qubit revealed whether a bit flip error occurred to either of the code qubits, while the other syndrome qubit revealed whether a phase flip error occurred. Determining the joint quantum information in the code qubits is an essential step for quantum error correction because directly measuring the code qubits destroys the information contained within them, unquote. It almost sounds like, to boil it down to very simple terms, they created a pair of information combs that more or less, it's kind of like a go-to 10 error, basically. If it's not this, the other one checks it. If it's not that, it passes through without the problem.
Right.
Yeah, in a way.
My goodness. Warp travel and quantum computing? God, they can build ships that don't even need us.
Don't say that. Skynet.
We don't need an M5. Okay.
Or Ultron.
Yeah, I totally meant the more obscure reference there.
Well, EliteDaily.com had an interesting article that I've come to agree with in my older age. And the basis of it are that people who spend money on experiences are much happier than people who spend money on things.
I don't know how I feel about that.
I tend to agree with it at this phase of my life. It's more interesting to me that I go to Comic-Con than that I buy things at Comic-Con.
This is true.
I like going to do things more than I like trying to own things right now. Hasn't stopped me from collecting shit.
Yeah, but on the other hand, I don't know, going to restaurants doesn't seem like a...
But that's a combination of two things, because you're going out for an experience, but you're also buying a thing. You're buying food.
Yeah.
To me, it's like if somebody asked me, what would you like to do for your vacation? Would you like to go get X, Y, and Z? It's like, no, I'd rather go do A, B, and C. It's like when I go to Merced lately to visit Steve and Jesse, I bring stuff along for me to do, but at the same time, I have an itch to, go out somewhere and just do something else. Just hang out for a bit, be somewhere.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Unfortunately, there's just not much to do in Merced.
Yeah. Well, you guys come down here. We'll do shit. How would you like an equation that was brought up to order the perfect amount of pizza?
Love it, actually.
I would have to know what the perfect amount of pizza is first.
It's X multiplied by 3/8. X is the number. Yeah, well, X is the number of people you order for. Multiply that by 3/8, you have the perfect amount of pizza to order. This, I don't remember who came up with this fraction. I found this on Gawker.com.
That makes sense. That gives everybody...
Right. It's based on the idea that a large pizza is generally 8 slices. The average person usually eats around 3 slices of an 8-slice pizza. So if you take the number of people and multiply it by 3/8, representing the size of the pizza underneath the amount that's usually eaten, you get the amount of pizzas you should order. Holy shit, math can save the world!
I love math. I'm not very good at it, but I like it.
Yeah, so if you ever have a group of people all saying, okay, we need to order a pizza, how many do we order? Take the number of people, divide it by 8, multiply it by 3, that's how many pizzas you should get.
I think I might count for 1.5.
Well, that's 4/8. That's a different algorithm. And last bit of nerd interest news I have. This was kind of an interesting one. Rich Jawoziak and Kathy Weaver scoured New York in search of the city's greatest restaurant. And they decided to turn it into a global hunt to find the best restaurant in the world. Because of budget and time constraints, they decided the most efficient method to travel the world would be via the World Showcase in Walt Disney World.
Okay.
They decided, based on their sampling of the cuisine in the area, which is representative of most major areas of the world, the best meal in the world is by Breakfast in Norway. The Norwegian restaurant in Walt Disney World. They've also determined that the best ride in the world is Living with the Land and the Circle of Life. Holy fuck, this is weird. They took a 4-day trip, and they determined that the best restaurants overall are the Norwegian restaurant, the Chinese restaurant, the United Kingdom restaurant, and the French restaurants.
All the snails.
No.
Wow, that just made my skin crawl in 8 different directions at once.
I've seen how they cook that stuff, or at least I've seen my mother cook it. No.
I'm afraid to ask, but how do they do that?
Well, boiling water. It's an awful smell.
That's it? They just treat it like lobsters?
Yeah, pretty much. Well, again, that's how my mother did it, so I'm not sure how they do it in France.
Wow, that's fucking horrific.
I couldn't do that.
Says the lady who brought it up. Alright, from there we'll move into our what the fuck corner. Those news stories across the internet that just really make you question humanity in general. The first one is kind of convention related. There's a lot of people who go to conventions, and because hotels fill up so quickly these days, they decide to go to the vacation house rental websites, like vacationrentals.com or Airbnb.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, one couple almost had a great reason why you should never allow Airbnb to do business with you. Star and Mark King, they rented out their home in Calgary, Canada for a weekend while they were out. They rented out to 4 adults who said they were in town for a wedding. A few hours after the Kings turned over their keys to the renters, a party bus with over 100 people pulled up outside the house.
Oh.
Whoa,
the Kings really didn't know what was happening inside their house until they got calls from neighbors talking about the police arriving. The police in Calgary received 3 noise complaints over the weekend, and they eventually shut the party down after reports a fight broke out. By the time the Kings returned to their house on Monday, their house was in shambles. According to Star King, quote, "Our hardwood floors are popping because there are pools of liquor. There are glass shards, there's a dent in our walls, toilets flooded and plugged with condoms," unquote.
Damn.
This is brutal. Police describe the scene of the site as a drug-induced orgy. That's sad, man. You try and earn a little extra income and these people completely screw with you. Fortunately for the Kings, Airbnb has a $1 million host damage guarantee. The company has offered cleaning services and accommodations to the couple while their home is being restored.
Oh, good.
Yeah,
I guess this is probably people that booked the place.
Yeah, the police tracked down the person who actually rented it, and he's under arrest right now.
That's good.
Yeah, he could be facing charge, although he deserves more than this, because according to police, the person who was in charge of booking all this could be facing charges of mischief, resulting in fines of over $5,000.
As long as it's multiple fines, one for each incident or something like that, then
I would be okay with the Kings holding a party in his little shithole. We've had a few parts of our WTF news lately that have to do with photographers doing strange shit with animals. Remember the guy who nearly got punched out by a drunk-ass monkey?
Yes.
Gorilla? Sorry.
Yeah.
Then we came across a picture of the guy who waited a little too long when that lion saw he was doing something.
And the one who was kissing a snake.
There's that, but that was an actual photographer. That was a dumbass who had a friend with a camera phone. Well, we have another photographer taking a picture of nature in action. However, this one is backwards. The man in question took a photo of a friend of his, Dan Carlin. He was posing with a fish during a fishing trip when he got photobombed in the most unlikely of unlikelies. And I can't say any more about the story without sending you the photo first. Oh, hang on. That did not send what it was supposed to. Take a look at this, and you'll see where he got photobombed.
Nope, same one.
What? Son of a bitch.
There we go.
There. Take a look at this. What people who can't look at the linked photo don't understand what happened right now. There's a man who was holding up what looks to be a bluefin tuna. He looks very proud of it. It's a nice-sized fish. And just as whoever took this picture, there's a sea lion that decided, mine!
I'm actually a little worried because from where he's holding the bluefin tuna and where that sea lion is biting, it looks like he's got a bit of his hand.
It is his hand. According to the story by Carlin, who lived through the experience, the sea lion attacked, grabbed both the fish and his hands, and, quote, flipped my legs up into the water, and I went straight down. So in other words, when this thing grabbed it, it may have grabbed both of them, and it didn't let go initially.
Right.
Just before I got to the surface, I felt him biting my foot. So in other words, that sea lion said, yes, I got your fish, fuck you for following me. I mean, like I said, this is the opposite because this is the animal actually getting to the man for once.
Yeah.
But the thing I really love in the photo is you notice the pelican on the left? Looks like he's sitting there saying, fuck it, I was going to grab that fish.
So he technically got photobombed twice.
Yeah. You gotta wonder that there's that one little voice in the back of my brain wondering if the sea lion waited till he saw the camera and just said, this is going to be funny. Poor man. I'm glad he's okay. I'm sorry he missed the fish, but that's a 1 in a million photo right there.
Yep.
Speaking of animals and oddities at sea, have you ever heard of a horse storm?
No.
What?
No.
A horse storm. You heard those words correctly, I'm sure.
I'm afraid to ask.
A horse storm is a real thing, and I only found out about this via IO9 in an article by Esther Inglis Arkell. Occasionally, horses are shipped by sea. You know, sometimes it's unavoidable, right?
Okay.
Oh, crap.
A horse storm has nothing to do with weather. What apparently happens is that horses, when they're being shipped by sea, sometimes move in an unusually coordinated way. And because they're not used to the motion of the ocean, which was not a pun I intended, they tend to sway from side to side, and they try to counterbalance. So they tend, if the ship sways a little bit to the left, the horses will shift right, which causes the internal balance of the ship to bow to the right, which causes the horses to freak out and shift to the left, and it goes back and forth like a pendulum. That's what's referred to as a horse storm. There is no record of a ship actually being capsized by a horse storm, but there is record of people being thrown around pretty badly on a ship that does have one. It's also said that
interesting, actually.
Yeah, horse storms can also badly damage a ship that's docked.
I bet.
Yeah.
I can imagine that.
I can only imagine what that looks like from the outside. You're standing there, suddenly your ship just starts shifting for no reason. And then, unfortunately, you've got all these creatures on the inside going, "Get off me! Get over there, man! This is freaking me out!" Okay, it's going back. Holy shit. I don't know who I feel more sorry for, the sailors or the horses.
I feel sorry for the horses. They don't know what's going on.
Yeah, they're on the damn boat.
As far as they know they're heading into doom.
One horse on this boat singing, "I'm on a boat."
Motherfucker.
There's a sad story that came out on Jezebel.com. There was a pair of female scientists who were writing a paper. Dr. Fiona Ingleby is a researcher studying evolution. And she worked at the University of Sussex. She had a co-author, Dr. Megan Head. She's an evolutionary biologist, postdoctoral researcher at the Australian National University. So these are two relatively accredited scientists. They wrote a manuscript about how gender differences influence the experiences that PhD students have when they're transitioning into postdoctoral jobs. Something that you could argue they both lived through, right?
Mm-hmm.
They surveyed 244 people with PhDs in biology, and they concluded that men had better job prospects and suggested that gender bias might be to blame. It sounds like an interesting cross-section. They definitely interviewed a lot of people with PhDs to get this. So, they submitted their paper. They submitted it to PLOS1, which is part of a group of publications that put out highly respected Public Library of Science Times and Times Higher Education Notes. So they submitted to a major place to publish their paper.
Right.
It's almost like their thesis was proved, because when they submitted it, they got a response back that before submitting it, they should really consult with a male author.
Oh.
The peer review even provided a detailed list of suggestions for how they can make it better, like consider the fact that men work more, and they're healthier, and maybe they get papers published in better journals because their papers are just better.
Really? This was American, right?
The PLOS sounds like more of an international group, unfortunately.
This makes me sick.
Yeah, Times Higher Education read the entire review and noted a few other interesting suggestions besides the ones Ingleby reposted on Twitter. It says, quote, "In offering an alternative interpretation of the data, the reviewer says it could perhaps be the case that 99% of female scientists make a decision in midlife that spending more time with their children is more important to them than doing everything imaginable to try and get one of the rare positions at the utter pinnacle of their field. The reviewer goes on, or perhaps it's the case that only some small portion of men, and only men, have the kind of egomaniac personality disorder that drives them to try and become the chief of the world at the expense of all else in life."
This review's an egomaniac.
Really? The reviewer also suggests that male doctoral candidates may have co-authored more papers than females because they can work an average of 15 minutes longer per week. Such a small difference of average effort could easily be due to marginal gender differences of physiology and health, the reviewer says. So perhaps it's not so surprising that an average male doctoral students co-author one more paper than female doctoral students, just as on average male doctoral students can probably run a race a bit faster than female doctoral students, adds the reviewer.
Wow.
Speaking as a male, fucking reviewer needs a groin punch.
Yeah, I'm just sitting here going, okay, so these women did actual research, and this guy is just throwing out just flat out opinion.
The sad part is the short version of what the reviewer gave him is bitches be complaining. I'm not saying that's literally what he wrote, but that's what his response is.
Yeah.
Almost reminds me of that the argument you had with that one guy about Gamersgate.
Yeah, more or less. Yeah, he just needs a groin punching. I'm sure he's so intractable in his views he won't be talked out of this kind of bullshit, but he just needs to be punched right in the balls.
Well, hopefully they took their paper to another paper.
Yeah, I really hope so. It sounds like they did.
I mean, magazine.
Actually, they should amend their paper because they just got an example of what they're fucking writing about right there.
Thank you for the proof.
Yeah, really. Man, I've known that Texas is a very unusual place, but it just got a little bit weirder.
Uh-oh. What happened?
What happened?
Okay, there's a woman who attempted to forcibly perform fellatio on a man in the middle of the night against his will. Her name is Megan Holting. She used to be a Mrs. Megan Holting. That's not happening. She had felony charges on April 27th because she broke into the house of a friend of her husband and forcibly attempted to blow him.
Okay.
Okay.
There's more of a story there, I'm sure.
Yeah, she's 31 years old. She's alleged to have entered a man's house through an unlocked back door after stripping off most of her clothing. This means she was naked by the time she got to the house. Entered his bedroom and attempted to perform fellatio on him. The man refused, recognizing her as the wife of one of his friends. She would not be dissuaded and continued to attempt to engage in sexual activity with the man, and he eventually called the police to have her forcibly removed.
Was she drunk or high on anything?
Neither. Apparently she was just really, really horny for this particular guy. Here's the part that makes me wonder... Okay, there's a rub to all this. A grand jury in Texas on April 27th dismissed all charges.
What? Why?
The grand jury said that it was not deemed worthy to charge her for crimes related to this particular incident. She attempted something akin to rape, and the grand jury said, no, she didn't.
Couldn't you actually get her for breaking and entering?
There's all kinds of things they could have arrested her for. Well, they did arrest her, but the grand jury said that she shouldn't be charged. There's no other justification on the story because grand juries are generally sealed other than the results of their findings. And the results of these particular findings are no charges.
I don't even know what to say about this.
Can he... Is there... I mean, it's a grand jury. Is there any other recourse that the guy can take to...
Superior court?
I don't know what else can be done, man. The woman's husband is divorcing her. Both he and the friend seem to agree what has occurred here. The details seem to line up, but still the grand jury decided there are no charges here. What else can you do unless she tries it again?
See, this is one of the examples of sexism against men. In regards to sexual misconduct and abuse.
Well, I mean, obviously she's dangerous. She's a sexual predator, literally.
At the very least, she's crazy.
Yeah, again, a reason I can't go to Texas.
Besides this being a southern state?
Okay, I have a white woman for a wife. And I'm black. That's a double threat right there, okay? Okay, item number 3. I look vaguely Latino. I'm dead. IO9 also had an article via Rob Bricken of the 10 incredibly stupid ways superheroes and villains have died.
Oh boy.
Yeah, item number 1 is cannibalism.
Yep.
Quote, in the utterly execrable ultimatum, dozens and dozens of superheroes died, most in awful and stupid ways. None more awful than the Wasp. The Avengers discover her body being eaten by the Blob, who remarks, tastes like chicken, in the most horrible, blatant attempt at shock value the comics world has ever seen. But it gets worse. Hank Pym, enraged at the Wasp's death, grows giant, picks up the Blob, and bites off his head in retaliation. A villain eating a supervillain? Cheap, exploitive, and dumb. A superhero eating a supervillain in revenge? Still somehow worse, unquote.
It is worse.
I can see that. I read Ultimatum, but I liked it not because of the context of the story, but because it changed just about everything going on in the Ultimate Universe all at once. It removed a lot of characters from the board, changed a lot of relationships, and it really moved things around. Item number 2 on this list, the inability to take off a quiver.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, quote, when Brian Michael Bendis decided to disassemble the Avengers, not everyone got equally glorious deaths. While the Vision was literally exploding with Ultron robots, Hawkeye's quiver manages to get shot by a random laser blast, setting off one of his explosive arrows. Rather than taking the quiver off, or, shooting the goddamn arrow somewhere, he decides to jump on a Kree spaceship and blow up. The nobility of his sacrifice is somewhat offset by how completely unnecessary it was. Unquote. I remember that story, and it wasn't quite that simple. He had like 2 quivers that were on fire there. It wasn't like it was just one arrow on fire. There was a whole bunch of shit about to go down.
Yeah, it sounds like that story might
Still, even if he doesn't have to fire the arrow, you would think he could at least pull him out and throw him away or something.
I don't know how well that would solve the problem. I mean, the weird trick arrows he carries, I don't know how many explosives or weird chemical bombs he's got in this thing.
Yeah.
Item number 3 is... I don't even know how else to say it. Run over by yellow truck.
Yellow Lantern?
It gets even weirder because, the first 3 words are really all you need to explain it, but there's more to it. Quote, the Green Lanterns are some of the most powerful warriors in the galaxy. They each wear rings that allow them to create anything their minds can imagine, and their only weakness is occasionally the color yellow. Squirrels!
Oh, man.
Are small rodents whose weaknesses are generally motor vehicles. Chip, while he looks like an Earth squirrel, is an alien whose courage and skills have caused him to be named a Green Lantern, whose powers helped him not a whit when he was run over by a yellow truck on the Green Lantern's home planet of Oa, unquote. If you know that your weapon's primary problem is the color yellow, why do you have a yellow truck on your planet?
Why do you paint the tires yellow? Or
right?
Whatever.
It's the suicide bus.
This has got to be the most random thing ever. I am a Green Lantern. I am on my home planet. What's that, Squick?
It's about as good as the Excel Saga.
Oh, you suck, man. Item number 4 is almost self-explanatory. Decapitated by a distracted Superboy.
Ugh.
Quote, I suppose having your head punched off by a superhero gone bad is technically a pretty cool way for a superhero to go. If you fight in an epic battle that ends with a super being using his full power to punch you, making your head explode like a balloon full of tomato juice. Well, you've probably achieved something, right? Unfortunately, the low-level DC hero Pantha managed nothing except tapping the volatile Superputt Superboy Prime on the shoulder in his initial return during Infinite Crisis, causing the distracted Superboy to punch her, full strength, and making her head explode like a balloon full of tomato juice, unquote. I remember reading that issue, and it was just an embarrassing way to go. She was yelling something as she was jumping at him from behind. He just backhands without thinking, and her head is just gone. It's like a cloud of red.
Damn.
Excuse me, sir, you dropped this.
Yeah, really? It reminds me of DC's call during, The Last Joke. Just cripple the bitch. However, number 5 may be the most embarrassing one we've read yet. Falling unto unconscious rogue.
Oh.
Quote, Mr. Sinister is one of the X-Men's greatest enemies, having massacred the Morlocks, unleashed the Legacy Virus, and all sorts of other horrible things. But he died by falling unto an unconscious rogue, an endangered species.
Oops.
Sure, Rogue's life and power-absorbing abilities had been super augmented for some ridiculous reason, and Mystique helped Sinister fall by pressing his face onto the unconscious X-Man. But still, this is the supervillain equivalent of tripping, hitting your head on the edge of a coffee table, and bleeding out, unquote.
That's ridiculous. I didn't know that...
That's one of those things where if there was an audio component, you almost expect it to be capped off by... Item number 6 on this list of IO9 stupidest ways for superheroes and villains to die, eaten by birds.
Link?
What?
Link in
you mean the chicken thing from Legend of Zelda? Holy,
yeah.
I thought you were asking for a link. It's like, I can't link that. Quote, during the madcap hijinks of Spider-Man the Other, which should always be best remembered as the time Spider-Man ate a vampire's face, Spider-Man fought another recipient of the Spider Totem named Miss Arrow, don't ask, who had Spidey's powers but was also made of spiders. After being battled to a standstill, Spider-Man lures Miss Arrow into an aviary, where she is eaten, spider, by birds. If one were made of spiders, one would think one might be more cognizant of entering places full of creatures who consider you their primary source of nutrition.
Right?
Of course, if you can fight and mostly beat Spider-Man, you might think you have the power to defeat a bunch of pigeons. Guess not, unquote.
It's like, spider senses tingling. Oh shit, birds.
Yeah, that's not spider senses tingling. That's spider senses being eaten. Item number 7 has turned into a recurring joke in DC Comics, not because they meant it to, but just because it's one of those things in retrospect makes no sense. Crashes spaceship while wearing ring that allows him to fly through space without a spaceship. Quote, when Abin Sur first crashed on Earth and bestowed his Green Lantern ring to Hal Jordan before dying in 1959, no one thought anything of it. An alien crashes his spaceship on Earth? Could happen to anybody. But as the Green Lantern mythos grew, so did its powers, including the ring's ability to let its wearers fly through space, without a spacesuit. DC has tried desperately to make this incongruity make sense over the years, including Abin Sur being wounded and needing a ship, Abin Sur hearing prophecies in his ring that would fail him, Abin Sur once having his ring actually fail him, resulting in him hanging out in the vacuum of space. And it's all still very silly. Why hasn't DC just retconned Abin Sur into not coming to Earth on a spaceship? We'll never know, unquote. Item number 8 sounds like an ultimate dick move, and I might see it on an episode of Gotham in the near future. It's so bad. Refusing medical care. Oh, it's even worse than you think, man. Quote, Stephanie Brown was popular as the young vigilante Spoiler, and equally popular during her brief tenure as Robin. There were only a few people who didn't like her, but unfortunately those people were Batman, Dr. Leslie Tompkins, and DC. After being fired by Batman, Stephanie manages to get herself captured and tortured by Black Mask, only to die unceremoniously in a hospital bed, mostly off-panel, with Batman sitting beside her. To add insult to grievous injury, DC went out of the way to make her death even more meaningless by revealing that one Dr. Leslie Tompkins could have saved Stephanie's life, but chose not to as a warning to other young sidekicks who wanted to fight alongside Batman. That warning? I am a shitty doctor. This was later retconned, but is still horrible, unquote.
Yeah, I remember that. That was in the silent issue.
That is fucking pointless.
It truly is.
I'm going to teach your sidekicks a lesson by letting one die?
Yeah.
So we'll find another doctor?
I've heard of this psycho that keeps working on fear. He's safer than you.
It's amazing that she didn't become a supervillain at that point, knowing Batman's rogues gallery.
Item number 9 I'm not familiar with. Sudden and uncontrollable claustrophobia. Quote, Mystic was an odd character with vague energy powers who kind of lucked her way into the Justice League task force after DC decided to drum up some buzz for her upcoming solo title. Unfortunately, DC changed their minds about said title, meaning Mystic was no longer needed in the JLTF, where she was en route to a distant planet on a tiny spaceship. The solution? Decide Mystic has horrible, debilitating claustrophobia so that she shoots herself out of an airlock into the cold vacuum of space, completely off-panel. After she, accepted the confined spaceship trip in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, somebody had to think about that.
No, I don't think they did.
Item number 10, and the last item in IO9's 10 incredibly stupid ways superheroes and villains have died, a really tight cape.
Incredible.
The Incredibles.
No, not the Incredibles. Quote, as mentioned previously, Marvel's Ultimate Comics Ultimatum event was full of awful deaths, but none quite so mind-bogglingly dumb as the Ultimate Doctor Strange's head exploding from his cape getting too tight. Sure, the cape was helped along by the demon Dormammu, but for goodness sake, he's Doctor Strange. Fighting Dormammu is pretty much his entire job description. If his mystical arts don't extend to keeping his own costume from becoming a choking hazard, what the hell can they do? Unquote.
Apparently anything but that.
No shit. I have another list of 10 from IO9 and Charlie Jane Anders. It's a list of 10 obvious superhero weaknesses that supervillains hardly ever exploit. Some of these I have a feeling we've gone over.
This sounds fun.
Yeah, this is going to be different. Item number 1. The unwieldy cape. Capes, quote, capes aren't the best accessories to sport in the midst of combat. They conveniently double as nooses, tend to get caught on nearby architecture, and generally impede what would otherwise be graceful movement. But villains seldom use wind tunnels or hooks to take advantage of this handy feature. One exception involves the sad tale of Dollar Bill's death in the Watchmen universe. An in-house superhero for a local bank, he gets his cape caught in a revolving door while trying to stop a robbery, and ends up shot before he can pull it free. Given the number of cape superheroes running around, surprisingly few villains have followed the bank robber's example, unquote. I gotta give it to that. That's a good salient point. Item number 2, the unprotected face. Quote, numerous superheroes carefully ensconce their entire bodies in armor, but neglect to cover the lower halves of their faces. This oversight would likely make secret identities that much easier to deduce, and most importantly, give foes an obvious spot to target with weapons and bare hands alike. Yet for every swipe Catwoman takes at Batman's vulnerable face, there are 1,000 enemies who choose to empty their guns into his armor chest plate instead, unquote.
It is a bigger target.
It's true. Item number 3, speech-based powers. Quote, several superheroes require the power of speech to deploy their destructive capabilities, remaining relatively defenseless until they manage to do so. A nefarious type could gag or otherwise silence them, and they'd be conveniently depowered. Zatanna, for example, needs to be able to cast her spells out loud, and she probably needs to be able to hear herself talk, too. Creating white noise or otherwise gagging Zatanna is a tactic that was tried a couple of times in the Silver Age, but not recently, unquote.
Shazam.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. How about item number 4, the easily overwhelmed super senses?
Yeah.
Quote, as a
Daredevil?
Yeah. Precisely. Quote, as a Man of Steel showed, it takes a lot of concentration for Superman to handle all the sensory input he receives. And the human brain in general is trained to block out most of the information it takes in, says Suveen Mathaudu, an assistant professor in the Department of Mechanical Engineering at the University of California, Riverside. So you could overwhelm a hero who has super senses with a series of flashbang grenades, and the hero will be completely disoriented, says Mathaudu. With the emergence of science and the discovery of metamaterials, it would be easy for a villain to engineer all manner of distractions, sound, light, energy, and at the same time cloak potential dastardly deeds, he adds. Unquote.
Sounds like we have a supervillain in the making.
Yeah, we need to get him some goggles and a tiger. I kind of like item number 5 because it goes to several things including Star Wars. Lack of peripheral vision. Quote, thick masks and helmets limit peripheral vision. Masked and entirely human heroes like Batman shouldn't be able to see the attackers sneaking up on them from their sides. For that matter, a hardened cowl doesn't do wonders for the wearer's hearing either. All your average ninja needs to do is sidle up quietly to the hero while he's perched on a rooftop and busy surveying the city below, unquote. I've never thought about it in that format. I like that. Item number 6, on the 10 obvious superhero weaknesses that IO9 says supervillains have not taken advantage of, is wide open spaces.
Yeah.
Quote, much of what makes Spider-Man and other swinging heroes dangerous depends on the availability of architecture to swing off of. So if you wanted to fight a hero who's used to swinging from buildings, the best plan would be to lure him or her to a wide open space, with no buildings or trees for him to bounce between. This would massively reduce the hero's tactical advantage, although Spider-Man would still have his agility, strength, and relative durability.
And Spider-Man.
With no place to hide and dramatically reduce mobility, the good guy would have a tougher time fending off a band of heavily armed supervillains. Also, Spider-Man would look fairly ridiculous standing in the middle of an empty field, unquote. Item number 7 is not one I've ever thought about, but it makes a lot of sense out loud. Joint pain.
Huh?
Quote, you can strengthen your muscles all you want, but your joints are going to face certain incoherent constraints, says Sebastian Alvarado, a postdoctoral research fellow in biology at Stanford University who studied the science of superhero. Alvarado tells IO9, the way our muscles work is a lever system as much as anything else, and you need a very large cross-sectional system in order to be able to lift very large objects. The fact that Spider-Man or Superman can lift heavy objects without that kind of cross-sectional area means that the kind of pressure being put on specific joints would create fatigue in those joints. When the Hulk picks up a car, his extra size means that he has extra muscle and bone surface able to distribute the weight along. But when Superman or Spider-Man picks up a car, all that weight is being distributed across a normal-sized skeleton, putting more strain on their joints, says Alvarado. So if you want to attack a normal-sized superhero, go for the elbow or the shoulder joint, which is already under heavy strain, unquote.
Force fields.
What?
Throw force fields at them? What?
No. The force fields. Superman has force fields, so it's not affecting his joints.
I don't know which version of Superman we're talking about, unfortunately.
I have no idea either. I'm just saying. It's force fields.
Okay. Well, how about this next one? He's going to have to explain to me. Healing factors.
Huh?
Quote,
okay. Oh, I know how this works.
Yeah. Quote, Wolverine is the most... Yeah. Quote, Wolverine is the most famous hero who uses a healing factor to recover from injuries, but lots of other heroes have this, including Deadpool and the Hulk. And Alvarado says it would be easy to biohack this healing factor to turn their immune system against them. Adds Alvarado, any modification in their biology to break these pathways would likely lead to an autoimmune response leading to symptoms that can be synonymous with rheumatoid arthritis, lupus, multiple sclerosis, etc., etc. For example, pick any gene related to immunity. Design a strategy to break it, virus, Cas9, nucleuses, etc., and give it to Wolverine. Then stand back and watch as his healing factor turns against him, unquote.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Here's another guy. We need to get a white cat. Item number 9 is going to be really personal to a few superheroes. Super speed is vulnerable to friction.
Yeah, Flash is addressed to that.
Quote, the Flash and other superheroes can run or move incredibly fast, and they're only able to do so because of friction on the ground, explains Jim Kalakios, a physics professor at the University of Minnesota, and author of The Physics of Superheroes. Some villains, like Captain Cold, use ice or other materials to reduce this friction, so it's impossible to run fast. But what about going the opposite direction, says Kalakios? A larger than normal transfer of static charge from the ground to the Crimson Comet when he ran. Think about when you exit your car after driving. You get a static shock closing the car door, as the auto's tires have picked up the charge from the road. When the Tornado Titan ran over a high-friction surface, he would become a highly charged object running at high speed. Thus, the viceroy of velocity would be a very large electrical current, which would in turn generate a very large magnetic field. Thanks, Faraday's law. The Sultan of Speed would drag any metallic object behind him, and when he stopped running, they would crash into his back, knocking him out, unquote.
Damn.
Well, electricity is part of some of the effects they give him.
Right, but his solution isn't to decrease the friction like Captain Cold, it's to increase it and turn him into more or less a giant electromagnet. That's a bizarrely interesting idea. And the last on this list of 10 obvious superhero weaknesses that supervillains have not taken advantage of on IO9 is the conservation of momentum.
Oh, yes.
Quote, when Hancock throws a beached whale back into the ocean, the resulting recoil ought to send Hancock flying into orbit, says Adam Weiner. Adam Weiner of Don't Try This at Home, the physics of Hollywood movies. But obviously, when heroes throw large objects or take huge impacts, their super strength is compensating for the recoil, so they stay put. All the same, a clever villain ought to be able to figure out a way to use that moment of strain to throw the hero off balance, unquote.
Yeah, if they can survive the initial impact.
It's an interesting list, though, that actually does start to dig into certain questions I've had.
Yeah. I would be interested in exploring this further ourselves.
Maybe. There's a few more stories in our WTF corner. There's one by Esser Inglis Arkell from IO9 that says thousands of chickens once wore glasses to stop from killing each other.
What?
Let's see. Eyeglasses for chickens were once sold by the thousands, and they weren't decorative. In The Egg and I, which is a dated memoir Betty McDonald chronicled her husband's attempt... Old McDonald, okay. Chronicled her husband's attempt to become an egg farmer and her consequent hatred for chickens. One of the things that causes them to hate One of the things that causes her to hate them so much was their hatred for each other. McDonald said her husband created perfect nurseries meant to secure the health of baby chicks, only to stand by and watch as the chicks killed each other. First, one would peck the eyes out of another, and then the whole flock would turn on the wounded. And this wasn't just restricted to juvenile chickens. They tend to go for each other's eyes first. And one of the ways to combat this issue was to create chicken spectacles that you strap on the chicken's head so that they're like blinders. See, chickens can only attack chickens that are directly in front of their faces, and the spectacles were clipped or pinned to the beak. They hindered the chicken's view of objects directly in front of it, so they didn't feel secure enough to attack whatever was in front of it. This is one of those bizarre details I've never heard of before.
Yeah. I think I remember having heard of this before, actually, now that I...
Well, I know that the reason why they clip pigs' tails when they're first born is because they'll go cannibal if you don't.
Really?
Yeah.
But whoever thought that part of raising chickens would be, okay, Earl, get the glasses.
Why does the tail have because they'll just
apparently
bite
it looks
tail
like
and
food.
try to eat it? Oh, okay.
Apparently it looks like food, and if they start eating it, then they'll just go ahead and finish the job.
Weird. Just weird. Oh, I have another story regarding bizarre court action. This one came from New Jersey, which is not a place I ever intended to go to. A young girl's parents are divorced, and her father accused his ex-wife of abusing parental discretion by taking their daughter to a December 2013 concert at Prudential Center in Newark. So the man actually accused his wife of abusing parental discretion by taking their daughter to a Pink concert.
What?
I would find that offensive. But then I don't like Pink.
But is that an abusal of parental discretion just by taking her to a concert when it wasn't even his day?
No.
I don't know. I would assume he found the place that she took the daughter offensive. Not that she took her, but...
Prudential Center in Newark? You mean Prudential Center or the concert itself?
I think the concert itself.
Well, this actually landed before Superior Court Judge Lawrence Jones. He put in a 37-page decision that was really detailed. He said, quote, Pink, whose song, So What, was named number 29 on Rolling Stone's list of the 100 best songs of 2008, may have some suggestive moves and lyrics, but she's an artist whose works aren't necessarily inappropriate for preteens. He further noted that he spoke privately with a girl who is now 12 and took into consideration the mother's reasoning for allowing her daughter to attend the show. He found that the mother in no way, shape, or form exceeded the boundaries of reasonable parental judgment in taking the girl to the show during her own parenting time. He also found that she didn't subject the child to any reasonable risk of harm or compromise the girl's health, safety, or welfare. To the contrary, when all the smoke from the custody litigation clears, it will be self-evident that all which happened here is that a young girl went to her first rock concert with her mother and had a really great time, unquote.
I'm glad that he put in the extra work to, determine those things.
Yeah.
You mean the fact that she made number 29 on the list of 100 best songs of 2008?
Well, that, and obviously he determined that she did wear earplugs and so forth, so there was no danger to her physical well-being, and, was parentally supervised. The mother went with her. That's also a plus.
Okay. Last bit of WTF news I have is a video. It's an interesting one about playing drums on a highway.
Okay.
Okay. Huh?
Take a look at this. This is a Moscow biker in Russia. His name is Alexander Ishutin.
A sidecar.
Oh, nice. The drum
I can't believe
set? Oh my god.
It's not just the drums. Listen.
Yeah, he's got the guy with the guitar in the back.
That is epic.
You know what? This is metal.
Yes.
They're doing a Nirvana song.
Is that what that is? I only hear the guitar and the drums. I don't think there's a bassist.
It sounded like it. I'm not 100%, but...
If only those assholes that shut down the 101 freeway were smart enough just to do a mobile show like this.
Yeah, that's a true mobile soundstage.
Wouldn't that be the weirdest thing, though? You're driving down the highway and then you just go, honey, are you playing chase music?
I just want to know what song they were doing.
I don't know. There's no information about that on the YouTube.
It sounded like a Nirvana song, but I'm not positive.
I like the fact that the car in front of the parked bicycle is a cop car.
Yeah.
You think he's sitting there going, is there anything we can ticket them for? I'm a little lost here.
Peace? Noise? Excessive noise?
Driving while baselining?
The guy got out. Yeah, both
Is he recording it?
He looks like he's got a camera!
Well, evidence.
Driving while on the influence of rock?
Well, they're not driving now, they're just playing.
And they don't care.
Can you imagine the captain? So, did you really cite them for just being metal?
Yes. Yes, I did.
This is freaking bizarre.
They have skills, too.
I know, it's impressive music, actually. They're thrashing really well. Is he double-footing that, or are there two bass drums there? Look at the police officer!
Yeah, no, he's totally just recording it. And then he's just walking away. He's like, "Oh yeah, man."
Rock on and he's
back.
Oh shit! Taxi pulled up.
Hey, cabbie!
Oh, taxi.
He's probably blasting his radio. There we go. It didn't work.
Dude. This is in Russia, I guess?
Yeah. This is a Russia crew. The biker is Alexander Ichik. It doesn't say who's playing necessarily here. Because I don't see the guy who was riding the bike. I just see the two guys who were playing while he was driving.
Yeah. I think the guy who was driving the bike is recording.
I'm kind of surprised I haven't heard of this before. The video came out August 15th, 2012. This is one of those things that should have been viral. This is amazing.
Right? I might link this on Facebook.
In Soviet Russia, music comes to you.
I love the fact that he's got all those spare drumsticks.
Oh, you know he needs them. Because all it takes is one bad bump and fuck, need another one.
The impressive is that they were actually able to do this while on the road.
That's the best part. You can almost imagine like they're trying to figure out how to play the theme for Sonic the Hedgehog and they just start playing on the road. That was incredible.
That was great.
We are especially honored today to have a special guest on the show. Steve, Jesse, and I especially grew up during the era where afternoon cartoons kind of overridden our lives during that period where we got out of school.
Oh, yes. Yep.
And there were several major forces that came through it, but back in 1984, two series especially really just overrided our lives, and that was Transformers and G.I. Joe. We are especially happy today to have one of the voice actors from both of those shows with us this afternoon, Mr. Bill Ratner. How are you doing, sir?
Those were the good old days, gentlemen, when play was innocent and plastic was real.
I prefer die-cast.
No, really. I mean, seriously. Actually playing with the G.I. Joes and creating dialogue and so on. These days, in Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3, they don't play with action figures because they're in their diapers, gaming 24/7. So yeah, Transformers and G.I. Joe in the 80s. Wow. Them's the good old days.
That's amazing. You just transformed my entire toy collection from a collection into a shrine with 2 sentences. That's incredible.
Right. It's holy work. It'll make us immortal.
Oh my goodness. When I spotted you during Long Beach Comic Expo on the stage with several of the other voice actors from the show, and you did that little skit, for a moment there, I turned into a 9-year-old all over again. And the weirdest part, and I wish Jesse and Steve especially were there, was when I closed my eyes, oh yeah, everything was there, including the snot that was just kind of bubbling out of my nose during that.
Right. We all had snot bubbling out of our noses back then, but it was for a completely different reason.
I gotta ask you, how has the voice acting industry changed in the last 3 decades?
Well, a lot more people are attracted to it. I mean, there are 150,000 members of the Screen Actors Guild, AFTRA, with our 2 unions merged, the Screen Actors Guild and American Federation of TV and Radio Artists. All hail! And so virtually every single one of them, whether they have their real estate license or are actually massage therapists, would love to do voiceovers. Mm-hmm. And I think, 30 years ago, there were certainly celebrities doing voiceovers, but that's only because their commercial agent would beg them, oh, come on, you don't have to dress up, and you go to the studio, and you do this thing for 9 lives, cat food, and we'll pay you $150,000 for half an hour's work. But in the last couple of decades, especially with DreamWorks and Disney in competition for, gigantic full-length feature cartoon audiences, they use the few celebrity voices that started doing it. I mean, Robin Williams is a great celebrity voice for cartoons, and they featured them in all kinds of ways for marketing purposes for the movie. And then other celebrities started getting jealous and saying, well, the only thing that my child will ever be proud of me doing is a PG-rated cartoon rather than this, CSI Minneapolis in which I blow away 60 people during the episode. And that's not me. I'm pretending to be adult.
I would watch a CSI Minneapolis.
It's the land of 10,000 lakes. There'll be a lot of bodies found underwater. But I think that the biggest change has been the number of people interested. Voiceovers has kind of become news in its own weird way. And also because celebrities do it and they tout the fact that they do it, and the studios love the fact that celebrities will do a cartoon feature, and so everybody gets more interested in it. And also the fact that you can get your smartphone and look at movie trailers, and Don LaFontaine, the great voice of "In a World Where Time Stops," bent over to tie his shoe. He was a very cool guy, very sweet man. He died in 2008, but he had a career the likes of which none of us will ever see on this earth again. He did everything for every network, every movie studio, and he became a star in his own right because he wanted to be. He hired a publicist at the height of his career and said, hey, I'm an interesting story. And in fact, he was. And so he was on every talk show and every magazine show on the networks and in every major, print magazine and Wall Street Journal and so on. And so he sort of single-handedly put the idea of celebrity and voiceover in the same breath onto the map. And so what that's done is it's I'm lucky. I mean, I got started a long time ago doing this. Yeah. Kids who are getting into voiceovers in their 20s just have a lot more competition and have to get really, really good. And a 28-year-old woman trying to get a cartoon series at Disney is up against 50-year-olds who sound like they're 20 and are really, really good. And so that's what's changed. The other thing that's changed is we used to have to walk into these $1.5 million post-production facilities. And these days, we can be right where I am now.
Oh, that's very true.
Wearing my very expensive skivvies. with a decent mic, which I am not on right now, by the way. This mic, this Electrovox, whatever it is, was given to me by a girlfriend in the 80s, and I think she and her ex-boyfriend had used it as a tack hammer to build a doghouse. It also served her on her FM radio gig to do interviews, and so this is my board mic. But if you have a decent mic, a Sennheiser or an AKG, and you got a decent $500 mic preamp, that's really all you need. I mean, you do need more than just an iPad and a snowball mic with a USB plug, right? Because it's going to sound a little bit. It's going to sound like I sound now, sadly. So you got to spend a couple $1,000, but not much more. And so the technology has really made it easier for anybody in any part of the world to do voiceovers. I was on vacation with my family, and we had a friend who loaned us their apartment in Seville, Spain, Sevilla. And a little girl lived in the third floor of this big apartment, and she was the only one that had lots of pillows in her room. So I went in there, took out my Mac Air and my Sennheiser and my tiny little Mac preamp the size of a roll of nickels, plugged it in, and I thought, God, this room is so damned echoey. So I literally lay down on her pink shag carpet between the twin beds on my stomach like a snake on his belly and did the voiceover. And the guy in the post-production studio in Hollywood said, "Are you okay?" And I said, Yeah, no problem. I would have to tell him my problems. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, we're good. Let's go. Let's do it. Let's record.
That's amazing. Well, what would you say is the most necessary skill to be a voice actor?
You've got to be one of those people who, and I'm sure there are lots of young and old men and women sitting out there and listening who can relate to this. You've got to be one of those people who was either really stupidly brave or just subtly sly about making weird noises and imitating Miss Tannenholz. Miss Tannenholz, you sound like this. Tannenholz. You have to be one of those people who you can still could have been a nice, polite high school student, but one of those people who like to make crazy, funny voices. I was really into imitating the big boss jocks of the 60s. So they came on the radio and they all sounded exactly like this. This is Dr. Don Rose. And I was 13 years old trying to sound like that. And they were my role models. And also, the network announcers on television who all sounded exactly like this. And cartoons. I mean, I watched kids' cartoons and felt and feel exactly the way you guys do about watching Transformers and G.I. Joe. If all the voice actors from Crusader Rabbit came back from the grave and appeared on a talk show, I would flip out. I would cry. And memories would come flooding back of my child.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
So to answer your question, you got to be somebody who's weird for the microphone, and there are lots of people out there. And it doesn't really matter what your voice sounds like. It just kind of matters what you can make a character sound like.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, there are all kinds of people working in my business who are men who are, sopraninos and women who have tenor voices. And the ones who work are the ones who really have voices in their head. And I don't mean in a pathological way.
Darn!
That would work as well. But people who have voices in their head, whether they're subtle and realistic or whether they're crazy and alien sounding, who like to use those voices in an audio fashion. That's what it takes.
That's awesome. I'm going to have to take that to a couple friends of mine.
Yeah, my nephew especially wants to get into the business. So.
Ooh.
Well, for kids, I mean, there's so few kids who can read. Literally, there's so few adults who can read.
Which is so sad.
I'm talking about people who are dyslexic or who have, like visual tracking issues. I'm talking about the average American. They just can't quite read, and something went wrong in their early education. I mean,
Twitter.
10% of my living from doing corporate gigs. Welcome to the Hawaii Honda Dealers Association Spring Giveaway Retreat. And I'll ask the employer, how come I'm doing this and the CEO of the companies? Well, but he doesn't speak very well. Where's he from? He's from Indianapolis. And so the people who can read, and especially children, one of you guys just said my nephew wants to get into the voiceover business. Mm-hmm. There are kids agents in every town. And there are voiceover websites like Voice123 and Voices.com. And there's so few kids who can do it right. But the ones who can, the 12, 13-year-old who can sound like an 8-year-old and can read cold and make something sound like it's a normal human being speaking English, the door is wide open for their lives to be spoiled by early celebrity and later disappointment in life.
Well,
they should put that on all the literacy ads.
Than that, unfortunately, but I'll definitely let them know.
Well, everything is youth oriented, so people with young voices are really at a premium. I mean, somebody who's 22 years old, 26
can sound younger. Gotcha.
26 is getting a little old, but somebody in their early 20s, especially in Hollywood or New York or in show business related stuff, their scripts are going to get read, their voice is going to get listened to. They're going to be given on-camera auditions, so it's a young people's field. Mm-hmm. My greatest phone call was from my agent just a couple years ago, who said, we had this audition, and from the guilty tone in her voice, I knew that I hadn't been in on it, and I said, and it was for the Discovery ID channel, some crime show, and she said they wanted younger narrators, and I said, oh, well, I hope they all got sent to the principal's office. She said, no, they want to hear you now. And I went, oh, really? And it was not because they wanted an older voice. They thought they wanted somebody. 18 to 34 is the key demo. I mean, all the people who are watching, Mayweather Pacquiao fight or the Super Bowl, they're really hoping you're between 18 and 34, or second best 25 to 54. Because you may still want to buy a new car, a washing machine, carpet, whatever. You're the key demo for television and cable and online merchandises as well. And so they said, well, we want somebody who sounds like they're in that demo, in their 30s, maybe 40s. Perfect. And those people didn't. They read, and I'm sure they sounded fine, but they didn't quite have the sense of deep tragedy that a Discovery ID murder show required, that I have in spades. So, yeah.
Wow.
Anyway.
Well, I'm very curious because, as we said, your voice work as Flint and G.I. Joe is one of the staples of your career throughout the years. What was the audition process for a show like G.I. Joe?
Well, G.I. Joe and Transformers, those two shows were unprecedented. And part of it was Reagan was president, and Ronald Reagan was a broadcast employee for years. He had a middling career in Hollywood as a movie star, a B-movie star.
Right.
But his real money was made as hosts of television shows in the 50s and really early 60s, and then he was drafted to become governor of California and then drafted to run for president. So he was a very good friend of the broadcasting industry, and he believed in deregulation. And the advertisers and merchandisers of children's TV came to him and said, let's free up these stupid rules that limit the number of commercials inside TV shows for kids. And Walt Disney was in on it, and Mattel and Hasbro, and everybody said, yeah, please, Mr. President. And he said, well, Nancy and I'd be pleased to have you over for supper, and we'll do that for you. And so, really for the first time since its creation, was deregulated, specifically in the area of children's television, which had been limited. The number of commercials shown to kids and the nature of commercials was limited up until the early 80s, when it was just wide open. Show them as many commercials as possible. So the number of commercials were hyped up, and the content of commercials were changed and opened up so that you could advertise Flint inside G.I. Joe. You could advertise an Optimus Prime action figure inside Transformers. That hadn't been legal before.
Wow.
Okay. Because they felt children were a special category, in which they are in courts. But they're not in TV world. Children are fair game. So This is a very long and deeply intellectual answer to your question.
So I have to say, from personal experience, that those advertisements definitely worked. I begged my parents every birthday, every Christmas, every chance I got. I wanted more.
Oh, you begged. I blackmailed.
They were designed by the brilliant Larry Hama, who did the first G.I. Joe comic books in the 80s for that series and Transformers as well. Those commercials were created and produced by him, and he's just one of the brilliant commercial cartoon and comic book creators in the world, and illustrator as well. And so they were mesmeric, they were hypnotic, and so kids watched them, and Hasbro created the largest rollout of toys in the action figures in the history of the toy business for both Transformers and G.I. Joe. And G.I. Joe had been one figure in the 50s, a comic book named G.I. Joe. And he fought in the Korean War, and he had a big square boxy face, and he always gritting his teeth. And then they came out with a 12-inch G.I. Joe, and there were a good number of characters. And during the Vietnam War, the public lost interest in G.I. Joe. And then came Star Wars and Lucas's billions of dollars in profits. And then Hasbro said, what do we do? And somebody said, let's shrink G.I. Joe down and create dozens of members of the G.I. Joe team, which was the most brilliant merchandising scheme in the history of the world. And they did, and they were well made, and they hired, to answer your question about the audition, that was all in the works. They knew exactly what they were doing. And they decided as a rollout to do just the miniseries with Duke and Scarlet and Lady J and Flint and Destro and Cobra Commander and a few others. And they decided not to sell it to the networks, but to syndicate it so they could keep more of the profits. So they had sales teams going from station to station around the English-speaking world, selling this miniseries for G.I. Joe, and it did brilliantly. And then they commissioned, Hasbro commissioned through Sunbow, 26 more episodes for that year, and then 26 more, and for the next season, and it took off. And that, with the rollout of the brilliant television commercials allowed to be aired during the show, and the shelves of toy stores across America stocked with the action figures. If you had bought this actually happened on one of the first days of recording. I haven't answered your question about the audition, but on one of the first I like to go into history backwards. Walk into my memories backwards is my philosophy. During one of the first recording sessions, this young woman who was a script girl, classic Hollywood script girl, who's passing the scripts out, and she's a production assistant. She said, I'm supposed to tell you guys, and there were about 9 of us lined up at the mics, the voice actors for G.I. Joe, that you should buy stock in Hasbro. This actually took place. It's in my book, Parenting for the Digital Age. And we looked at each other and went, what do they think? 9 voiceover guys buying stock is going to raise the price? I don't think so. We didn't get it. They couldn't say any more because it would have been insider trading. But it was legal to just say, hey, you might want to think about this. Had we bought, in the fall of 1983, $100 worth of Hasbro stock, which is an almost non-existent buy, we would have walked away in the 90s with about $5,000 in our pockets. Because of the rollout of G.I. Joe and Transformers action figures. So the audition, they decided to audition citywide in L.A. They called in old character actors who hadn't been on a series since Gunsmoke in the 50s. Wow. Every cartoon voice actor who'd done anything for Hanna-Barbera or Disney and or Warner Brothers, Looney Tunes. They called in every voiceover announcer from every voiceover department and every talent agency in Hollywood. And so literally about 150 of us were lined up outside Wally Burr Recording in Studio City, just down the street from Universal Studios. And the script girls were passing out these black and white sort of rough sketches of the characters. And they had the characters all sketched out, but the animation, in quality animation, they do the animation after the voices are recorded, so they can get a sort of accurate mouth movement.
Right.
And so that was their plan, and so we had a few different lines. All right, Lady J, you better get your battle gear on because Cobra's in their way. I can't bring up the laser weapon system. Go. And Mary McDonnell Lewis, who played Lady J, was behind me, and I said, and she was going in line on the sidewalk with traffic going by. Yo, Joe. Yo, Joe. Hey, Flint. Hi, my name is Bill. What's your name? I'm Lady J, and I'm a murderous operative. And so we, one by one, they brought us into the recording studio. And anybody who's seen photographs or been in a recording studio is the same as the rock and roll music studios. There's a great big console and, a room to seat maybe 8 or 10 people and a recording booth or two. And there were executives from Sunbro Productions and execs from Hasbro and Wally Burr, controlling the audition. He ended up directing all the episodes. I'm Wally Burr, the youngest tank commander in World War II. That's what he was. He actually was for me.
Wow.
And so Wally had us with all these executives listening, each one of us do our character's line. We were only allowed to read for one character. There may have been a few actors that were allowed to read for an incidental and then a major part. And I thought, this would be cool. I'll get a day's work out of it. And then a couple weeks later, my agent called and said, you got the part as Flint. And I went, oh, okay. I had no idea. And showed up. And showed up again, and showed up again, and showed up again. And then it turned into a series, and then it was every week for 2 years. And it was really the most fun, the most communal experience I've ever had with voice actors in my life. And there was a parade of wonderful old character actors. They really had great taste in casting. Everybody from Chuck McCann to guys that we'd seen on every cop show and cowboy show in the history. And it was great fun. And then, sadly, in about 1986, the Screen Actors Guild went on strike against the cartoon producers in Hollywood because they were asking actors to do, 16 different voices. And the rule under the contract was they can do 3 different characters, but you got to pay them for an extra voice if you do more than that. Okay. They were saying, come on, you wimps, do your little voices, do your dance, you little voice actors. So we just, we did what we were supposed to do, and we walked the picket lines and said, we'll do our three different characters in a session, but if you want another whole different character with a completely different voice for your cartoon show off which you're going to make hundreds of millions, please pay us the extra $150. And
wow.
Deke, who was distributing it at the time, said, if you do this for another day, we're going to can your show and move it to Canada. And that's exactly what they did.
Wow.
So we all but Cobra Commander and Destro lost the jobs. Those 2 voices were recorded in Hollywood, and the rest of the voices sounded pretty much, like Toronto actors out there. So cold, hey mate, Joe, don't get your tongue froze to the battery when you go driving out there. You'll notice that in seasons 3 and 4 of G.I. Joe. I don't even know if there was a 4th, frankly.
Wow, I think you've given us a new project to look for.
Yeah. They were Canadian voices. So, but fortunately, years later, Rhino Records, which created a video division, had the good sense to release the miniseries and seasons 1 and 2 as a completely separate and distinct series of DVDs, and you can download them from iTunes and so on. It's really fun to see the animation and the saturation of the color. And I just saw G.I. Joe the movie, which one of its first public exhibitions. The American Cinematheque at the Egyptian Theater in Hollywood was shown with the Transformers movie. animated films. G.I. Joe, the movie, was shown during Comic-Con in 1987 at a distant suburban theater in San Diego County. And people should see it. But because Duke died in the show, in the movie,
yes. Right?
Yes.
Hasbro said, "No way, we don't got to show this. No, who's going to watch the television show?" And so it was wild to see this beautiful, brand new, fresh digital print of the animated G.I. Joe the movie with Don Johnson as Hawk or whatever his character's name was.
Yeah.
And with crazy effects, primitive. I mean, 30-year-old cinematic animation effects, but at the time, they were
amazing,
relatively futuristic.
Yeah, it was riveting his day.
And same with the television series. The Disney had it all for his motion pictures, but the television animation studios like Hanna-Barbera and Disney TV and so on didn't want to spend the money on sophisticated animated panning, zooming, or tilting techniques, let alone their more sophisticated opticals. And so Hasbro and Sunbow had to go to the anime studios in Tokyo in the early 80s, literally, and would do those effects there, and they would be sent back in a crate, literally, of celluloid cells. Thus the animation cells, because they're on big square pieces of celluloid.
Right.
And so for the time, G.I. Joe and Transformers, the same people, were hypnotically beautiful for kids to look at.
Yeah. You won't get an argument from us there. We did get a request on Twitter from a user called BGF Central to ask you how you found out about the relationship between the G.I. Joe characters of Flint and Lady J.
We were, Mary McDonnell Lewis and I, Lady J and I, were invited, along with Larry Hama and Kirk Bozigian, who was the merchandising and marketing director of Hasbro during the 80s, during the G.I. Joe and Transformers period. And she and I were doing a panel, and we were making jokes about, there were scenes in G.I. Joe between me and Lady J on the roof of Joe headquarters, and I'm hey baby, love the bikini. I mean, stuff like this. Right. There's actually an episode with a sunscreen sequence, and they, clearly they were boyfriend and girlfriend, and she and I both did a couple of Transformers episodes. I was the voice of the Flint's father, and she was the voice of the bastard child of Flint and Lady J, who was a U.S. Armed Forces operative, who was a minor character in Transformers. And so we were talking about this, and somebody raised their hand and said, "Are you aware?" I don't think we knew all that. We knew some of that, and said, "Are you aware that you had a bastard child?" And Mary said, "Yeah, well, if I'm pregnant, how do I know it's mine?" So, but we found out from a fan, and that was this is at JoeCon, G.I. JoeCon in Indianapolis, the 49th annual, and I think the 50th they did the 50th year recently last summer. The 51st is coming up somewhere of JoeCon, and JoeCon was great because it was all G.I. Joe fans, and every one of them just really fabulous, warm human beings who were encyclopedic in their knowledge of all things geek and fabulous about TV cartoons and comic books and so on, and knew way more than Lady J and I did about our own family dalliances.
I like how the question is posed like it's an episode of Maury. Are you aware you had a bastard child?
Yeah, really. And so this has enriched our lives, and the things we post on Twitter and Facebook are far more lascivious because of that knowledge. I mean, it's really interesting. One of our jobs at JoeCon on the weekend was to hang out with fans on the Saturday night dinner. And so I was sitting at a big table, and there was a very cool guy from Pittsburgh who was sitting there with his parents, and he was in his 30s. And I turned to his parents and I said, "So, Mom, how does it feel to have a 35-year-old son who's a TV cartoon freak and collects 3.5-inch action figures?" And being a wise ass that I was, and she said, I figured she'd say, "Well, it's whatever our boy wants." And she said, "Well, I'm a 9th grade school teacher in an inner city school in Pittsburgh, as is my son, and he loaned me his G.I. Joe collection of DVDs and comic books and action figures. And over the last year, in doing G.I. Joe Fridays, I have raised the literacy level in my 9th grade English classroom by 50%.
Amazing.
Wow.
Nice. Went on to detail what they did. These are virtually illiterate, adolescent 9th graders who had never been allowed to play with action figures in school, to read comic books in school, to look at TV cartoons in school. And so they did all that, and then she gave them creative assignments, like, hey, make up some dialogue. You're Lady J, you're Duke, you're Scarlet, you're Cobra Commando. And Cobra Commander, and they did, and they made up their own scenarios, doing what kids do when they play with action figures. What the same thing kids used to do 300 years ago with a carved piece of pine. And Grandpa, and so I was fascinated. I thought, this is it. G.I. Joe has saved America's literacy, and.
I like this story. I'm just worried that some of the students in that classroom were sitting there going, "Yo, man, if I don't figure this out, they ain't never going to let me run the mass device."
Here's the saddest part. There's another couple, middle-aged couple at the same table, and they said, our son is 12 years old, but when he was 9, it was career day, and all of the 4th graders were asked to draw a picture and write a little essay about what do you want to be when you grow up. And this kid had actually seen an episode on the military channel about this woman who was the greatest sniper in the history of World War II. She was a Russian sniper and killed scores of German soldiers who were during the siege of Leningrad. And it was a portrait of her and then other great snipers in the history in the 20th century. And I narrated the show. And this kid... these people's son did this little essay and wrote a picture. I want to be a sniper. He was brought by his teacher to the principal's office. They thought he's a terrorist. He's a psychotic. He was removed from school. They had to get a lawyer and say, "Hey, we come from a military family. He wants to be a sniper. I don't care if this other guy wants to be a shoe salesman. That's more dangerous." So. Anyway, my whole world that was created for me by being allowed to be Flint and G.I. Joe has created just an incredible series of decades of my life.
That is an amazing story. And you are the most well-known, I think, as the voice of Flint in the series, but what other characters have you done that people may not be aware of?
In Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3, I played this weenie named Donnell Udina. Donnell Udina is a functionary. And he just, he's like a mid-level bureaucrat who just knows everything.
I love to hate him.
Speaking of snipers.
Oh, yeah. No kidding. There's a sniper when we need him. And, but he was, and, those things were recorded like a year apart. They said, they spend $80 million or $120 million. I think Grand Theft Auto 5 was a $200 million tentpole production,
yes.
like the new Star Wars or something. So Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3 were fairly expensive things, and so they wait to sell the thing out, and then they produce another one the next year. So I had to come back a year later and reprise the voice of Donnell Udina, and I thought, I forgot what he sounded like. But pretending that I knew, I went to the studio. I said, "Hey guys, play just a little bit of Mr. Udina if you would." "Oh, okay, here it is." "Oh yes, he sounds." It was my terrible, it was like a Swedish Irish accent, which is a little weird. This is what kind of accent is that? And I lied like I'd created a biography. Well, his mother was Irish, his father was a Swedish operative, and that's why he sounds like that. And in Grand Theft Auto 4 and 5, I'm one of the voices on the radio when you steal a car and turn the radio on. They did these very, very funny.
Oh, right, yes.
Goofy, crazy, satiric radio commercials.
I love that.
Did you ever actually play Mass Effect?
No, I haven't. I've gone online, and I watched two guys play who were kids of a friend.
Mm.
And I said, "Can I?" No. They were obviously irritated. They didn't care who I was. I was just this old guy standing there, behind them. "Well, can I play?" Like I've seen segments of it, but no. What's it like?
It's kind of an involved, story-driven sci-fi RPG.
Yeah, the first one especially has a lot of RPG elements. The second one's far more action shooting, but yeah, honestly, I totally did not pick your voice out as Donnell Udina, and then I'm sitting here listening to you, and you said the name, and I'm like, oh my god. Because I can totally hear it right now. But
the worst part is I'm trying to imagine this man like standing behind people playing this game just going, "Hey, is that me?" And all of a sudden you got that guy in the controllers just going, "Man, this little guy doesn't get it. He probably can't even get to the third planet."
Right. Well, no, it was fun because he is kind of a weird character. I mean, he's very conniving and he's like the classic corporate executive who is really good at puckering up and kissing bottoms. And also good at just sadistic and mean to those beneath him. So yeah, I mean it's sort of fun. You've heard actors say that it's more fun to play a bad guy than a good guy.
Right.
Man, another project we're gonna have to get involved in. Now you mentioned Cobra Commander earlier, and unfortunately, the guy who played him, Chris Latta, he passed away before I really became involved in voice actors and understanding how a lot of the animated shows I watched were made. I have never heard anyone talk about him. What kind of man was he?
Chris was a stand-up comic. He was a real character. He was, and he was 36 years old at the time, and was actually building a successful career as a stand-up because he did so many voices. And he wore kind of a handsome, stylish pair of glasses, and was a thin, decent-looking man, and looked kind of intense and somewhat dangerous, not in like a big hulking way, but like he could conceivably maybe install just a little bit of plastique in your muffler, and next time you started the car, it wouldn't kill you, but it would certainly blow the rear end off your car. He was that kind of guy, and he was definitely not a laid back guy. He was kind of funny, very edgy. Kind of sandy blonde hair, if I remember right, and he and Arthur Burkhart, Destro, were always kind of going off together for lunch and talking in their weird voices. And I would have loved to have seen him in high school trying to pick up a girl at homecoming.
Jerry Lewis, hello, pretty lady.
Chris was a character. And it was fun working with him, but he was probably one of those kids before they called it ADHD, hyperactive children.
Right.
He was probably one of the ones whose parents begged the counselor at school, "Is there any medication that we could give our child?" But America was lucky that they couldn't find the meds.
Oh, that's a beautiful picture. And on the other edge of the spectrum, when I saw your panel during Long Beach Comic Expo, you mentioned that Frank Welker, probably one of the more prolific voice actors I've known in my day, frankly, he doesn't think people want to see him at conventions and panels?
Frank's a very shy guy and a very sweet man, very nice man, not like a snob at all. And he, he's relaxed when he's with his peers and safe, locked inside a studio. But he like me, I had no idea for decades, literally, that there was a fan base out there that was interested in these cartoons. No idea. And at one point, both Mary McDonald Lewis and I, Lady J, got invited to something, and the time just didn't work out, and we were talking on the phone. And I said, well, I don't understand what goes on those things. She said, you just did the movie trailer for Galaxy Quest. And I said, yeah,
Yes.
Galaxy Quest. But I hadn't seen the movie. And where it's, this Star Trek-like program, and, they're all out of work actors, and all they can do is go on the road and make money signing autographs, and huge fan base shows up, and then some
that's a favorite
aliens come in and realize and think, wait a minute, they're the real deal. They're going to save our planet. And they kidnap them. She said it's kind of like that. I said, really? Well, I could see that for face actors. I mean, I got it that people would want to come see celebrities, but I had no idea. And she said, well, just go on the web, you moron. So I Googled G.I. Joe. I Googled Flint, Lady J, Duke, Scarlet, etc. And I was completely taken aback. I had no idea. But even seeing websites didn't make it clear to me. And so I finally accepted. She and I accepted the offer from the people at JoeCon, G.I. JoeCon. Hasbro's one of the sponsors, a fairly well organized thing, and hundreds and hundreds of people lined up with their stuff. Some of whom were selling them on eBay, and I was happy to help them out. And some of them were just wanting to give it to their kids, autographing old vintage G.I. Joe stuff. And I was completely taken aback. And there were some moments with fans, perfectly nice guys who I really enjoyed chatting with, who would say things to me like, you really saved my childhood. And I would sort of look over my shoulder thinking that their minister was walking by. And I said, what do you mean? And one guy said, well, my parents were divorced, and I watched a lot of G.I. Joe and Transformers, and I played with the action figures with my friends, and you did those PSAs, and they were kind of these moralistic things, and yes. It's not a good idea for Johnny to break Susie's neck in that wrestling. Violence sucks, and knowing is half the battle.
That's the truth.
But he said I was, 10 years old, and that stuff. I really listened to that stuff, and I thought, wow, I was amazed, and people say this same thing about Mr. Rogers on his show. I mean, my kids didn't watch Mr. Rogers, but an earlier generation did, and Mr. Rogers had been a Methodist minister. And this was his. He was saving America's children by pulling them to the boob tube and doing fun things in creative games. G.I. Joe, it was about parachuting out of action helicopters and so on. But yeah,
I still remember, and knowing is half the battle. It's
oh yeah. Here's this is a totally aside. This is the weirdest thing that happened to me just the other day.
Oh wow, that was going to be a question anyway.
I'm talking to my agent about something. When guys like me get audition copy, we get it by email. We sit in our studio and we look at it'll say, they're looking for kind of a storyteller, and it's kind of a Western thing, and yada yada. And they want kind of a 80s public service announce type thing, and here's a link on YouTube, which is typical with what they do. And so I clicked on the link. It was Flint. And that's right, Jimmy. Knowing is half the battle. And I called her up and I said, "That's me." I mean, yeah. And I told him, I said, "We have the guy, but they still want you to audition. You don't have to audition." He said, "I'll audition. I don't care." I don't think I got the gig. I haven't heard. No, he doesn't quite sound like himself.
Oh my God!
I mean, on one hand, I was deeply honored to note that I had become or that Flint anyway had become a generic voiceover read, a generic '80s PSA read, but a little perturbed that they wouldn't consider me automatically for the job.
Wow. Well, What is the strangest fan interaction you've ever had? You've been to a lot of conventions and panels. There's got to be that one incident that just makes you scratch your beard and wonder what in the world just happened.
Well, I actually got a voicemail from someone who was either a tiny, tiny little person about the size of a purse, or was like a 7-year-old kid. And I dial up my voicemail number and listen to messages and beep.
You have been the voice of WLS ABC TV Chicago for 2 years, and you are Donnell Udina in Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3.
And I thought, this child needs some serious supervision. I was at a high school doing a volunteer thing on Career Day, and in a high school in downtown L.A., and this tiny little Vietnamese woman, immigrant, was like 16, I think she was a 10th grader, came up to me and she said, do you know Michael Bell? Do you know Mary McDonnell Lewis? Do you know Arthur Burkhart? And I said, yeah, I mean, I work with them on G.I. Joe. Well, how do you know them? Is your parents work in the business? No. I came to this country from Vietnam in 1978, and I was a small child, and I decided to try to learn English by watching TV cartoons. And she knew the name of every actor, every director on virtually every cartoon that was on when she was a little kid. And then she had a flawless American accent at age 15 and came here when she was like, I don't know, 6 or 7 or something.
That's amazing. I feel like I should hand her all my nerd cards.
Yeah, really, that was pretty fun. And then I'm trying to think. This guy comes up to us when we're autographing. Very nice guy with his wife and little kid, and he said, I really make my wife mad at night. And she goes, please don't, honey, don't, stop, don't start. And they're about to have this fight in public. And he said, no, I take the old VHS cassettes, I put them on a VHS player, and my wife works in the evening and comes home, I cook supper, and I listen to episodes of G.I. Joe on speaker when I'm cooking dinner. And I thought, knowing is half the battle. I was so honored. I mean, I thought, it was like, not only was it a TV cartoon, it was radio theater.
Yeah.
That's awesome. You mentioned at the panel that there seemed to be some interest in a larger G.I. Joe voice actor reunion of sorts. Are there any plans for one?
No, I think it'd have to be, somebody would have to organize it. I'd certainly be happy to be involved in organizing it, but an institution, a Comic-Con or, another G.I. Joe Con or some institution would have to be, or a fan club would have to spearhead it and lobby somebody like Comic-Con or Long Beach Comic-Con or somebody and say, hey, we would really like to blah, 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 blah. Because they really don't happen. But the reason this happened was I met the publicist for Long Beach Comic-Con, David Hyde, who had been the publicist for DC Comics for years, and he's done his own, and he's an independent, and he said, hey, you've got this book, Parenting for the Digital Age, I can help you they want more family-friendly stuff, and I can help you put together a panel for your book, could you do a G.I. Joe panel? And I went, yeah, sure. So we sent out, between Mary and me, we sent out messages on Facebook and emails to just about everybody. Some people were not interested. Some didn't, are shy. Some were not available, and the rest who were there said, "Yeah, sure." But it would have to be, a group like you guys saying, each one of these actors deserves $10,000. No, they wouldn't pay that, but. And we showed up for no money. We didn't charge him. We did it for fun.
Well, maybe not, but I mean, what you said about Comic-Con is pretty much true. With the average age range of the fans out there in their mid-30s, I mean, your work would be right there in their childhoods and in the center of their brain.
It was interesting. At Long Beach Comic Con, I went out on the floor just because I wanted to meet some of the comic book writers, and it was fun just to see all the booths and stuff. And there were a bunch of voice actors, 3 of them, who'd rented a big booth, who were speaking in voices and selling DVDs and selling posters. And I thought, there, but for the grace of God go I. And 10 years from now, it'll be, hey guys, come on over to my booth. I got the DVD, the Bill Reitner, how to be a voice actor. Down for $129, I'll call you every month, and we'll talk about the business. So, but so I think it'd have to be, like a fan group, to literally call one of the Comic-Cons and say, hey, we'd love to do this. Would you guys do it? Yada yada yada. That's how it would probably happen.
Okay.
Maybe it's time to start calling that new comic convention that's starting up in Silicon Valley Comic Con. They're supposed to start next week.
Man. I hereby deputize you.
Oh shoot! Every time I think I'm out. No. Do you guys have anything else for him? Because this has been intriguing, just intriguing.
Yeah, no, I've just been too busy nerding out to really.
Yeah. Well, no, this is it's really fun because for us, being on the other side of the mic and then on the other side of this experience, which was for every one of us, it boosted our careers and I'm sure that a lot of us have been hired over the years, not because people casting people knew consciously, but I've had experiences in the casting situation in the booth where like for something for Discovery Channel, the history of World War II or whatever, where a producer is right in the demo, somebody who was 12 years old in 1983 will say, yeah, your voice is, you're the guy. This is and I know he's going, where did I hear that guy's voice? And I'm not going to say anything because, maybe his boss will say, we don't want some dumb cartoon characters. But, it's been a huge, fun thing. I mean, they brought back Community on NBC. It's now on Netflix. Yeah. Community, they did a whole episode, a G.I. Joe episode, and they brought me and Duke and Lady J and a few others back, and it was incredible. Because the production company also owns an animation studio, and they reprised a crazy sort of psycho version of G.I. Joe. And Flint's been on Family Guy, and Seth Green's a chicken, and so in fact Seth MacFarlane called my agent and said, "Is the guy who did the voice of Flint, is he still alive?"
Oh!
And my agent said, "Well, yeah," and we represent him. And Seth MacFarlane is in that demographic. He was a huge fan.
Oh yes.
And so we did the session on the phone, and he was like nervous. It was totally reversed. This is before the Oscars and all this and that. But he was Family Guy was back for his premiere season on Fox, and. So it was really fun. He was geeking out. He was like, "Oh, it's so great, man! Do you know the guy who did Duke? Do you know Michael Bell? Yeah. Oh yeah, Seth, I know them all, buddy. Hey."
I will honestly say I am one of those people that every time I see something that looks like Flint come on TV and your voice comes out of it, I am that person that leans through the TV going.
I take that very personally. I want you to know. They really got good work out of us. I mean, we could have done. I heard. I only had a couple of lines in G.I. Joe the movie, but the lines that I heard were like, "Could I do another take? Is there any way that we could go back in time?" They got good work out of us. A lot of the Hanna-Barbera and Disney sessions were an hour and a half long for those cartoons. Our sessions were like 4.5 hours because they kept saying, "Hey, man, these are real characters. These are real people. We want our fans to believe that they exist," and so they pushed us and got good work out of us. It was really, really fun. I learned a lot.
Well, I appreciate everything you've done, and you have helped shape my childhood into the individual I've become. You can take that as you will, but I I want to really thank you for coming by. You didn't have to, but you made time, and it has been an honest pleasure.
I want to thank my parole officer for giving me the chance to come downtown without the restraints. And no, kidding. Thank you, guys. This is really fun. It's always fun to speak to folks who know so much more than I do about our wacky business. And I hereby deputize you once again to Comic-Con Silicon Valley, because that is the demo. All those geeks working in that valley, making over $300,000 a year, watched G.I. Joe and Transformers. There are boys and girls.
He's right.
So I know he's right. I just wish that we had met him like 9 months ago when we started making Comic-Con plans. Oh my God.
Well, 9 months, the baby's born, and ready to walk.
I'm going to lose my mind.
Valley Comic-Con in 2016.
Oh, I have letters to write again. Okay.
Well, listen, if you guys have enough, a truck full of walkers, and you know, I'm not going up on that damn stage.
Oh my God.
I give him a segue.
That's it for another show. I really need to thank Bill Ratner for stopping by, simply because as a show that we are, it's great to talk to him. Never thought he'd say yes.
Yeah.
Next week, I'm sure that we're going to talk about the Age of Ultron, because we probably have a lot of stuff we need to get off our chest, like, really badly. So, I want to thank you for tuning in and invite you to roll us again next week when the subject is Marvel's Avengers Age of Ultron. Thank you very much. Have a great weekend. I am Jeremy.
Steve.
Jesse.
And V.
Don't jerk and drive or play bass drums. Thank you very much.
Hey, Corporal Wilson, get on it. Get into the Silicon Valley Comic-Con.
Only if you call me Fumbles.
Okay, Fumbles.
It was always Fumbles.